Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, hi, good morning. Hello, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports 710, seattlesports.com. All the podcast platforms everywhere. Thanks for being with us. The Seattle Sports app, did I mention that? And then, of course, 97.3 HD2 crystal clear high definition radio. If you want to listen to us that way, personally, that is my choice. That's how I listen to the show the most. Man, I want to get right into content today. No time for messing around. There's entirely too much stuff to talk about between Geno Smith speaking with the media and Albert Breer's column about Geno. And we're going to talk to Albert today at 7:30. We've also got Jeff Passan to talk baseball today at 8:30. Kind of laid this out last night because I was looking. I was like, man, we got some really good guests this week. Daniel Jeremiah tomorrow at 8:30. Matt Miller, draft analyst, Thursday at 8:30. So, like, a lot. But let's jump right into the baseball game. I promise there'll be plenty of Geno and football and draft content throughout the course of the show today. But that was a crazy game last night, man. That is one crazy baseball game. I don't know if I could tell you outright that the Mariners deserve to win that game, but at the end of the day, they scored more runs than the other team did, and so they get the win, a much-needed win, a huge win. It stops the bleeding. You know, especially before, if that's your Logan Gilbert against their number 5 pitcher, and you're about to have to face Fromber and Hunter, what's his name? Hunter Smith? Hunter Brown, Hunter Jones, Hunter Smith. I knew it was one of those 3. He's really good, but he's got a generic last name. Anyway, you needed to get that win. You made a lot of really weird decisions to get there, and there were moments of extreme pull-your-hair-out frustration. But ultimately, that is one of those, like, real games that shows the good and bad that can occur over the course of any baseball game. And I know there's people who will get frustrated when I say, that's baseball, but last night has some examples of that. It shows the positives, it shows the negatives. There's no bigger example, by the way, of that's baseball than Jorge Polanco. That guy was atrocious last year. He lost his job here in Seattle after being one of their prime offseason acquisitions. He was awful. He was unwatchable. Ground out to second, ground out to first, ground out to second, ground out to first, strikeout, pop up. There wasn't a lot from Jorge Polanco last year to like. Oh, no, by the way, the defense was subpar. I mean, he was as frustrating as Colton Wong was the year before that. The Jorge Polanco you're watching right now is the guy that played in Minnesota for years that the Mariners believed they were trading for. Offense has been awesome. I don't know what else you could possibly ask from Jorge Polanco. Yeah, he's missed some games, injury up and down. That's always been part of the Polanco package. But the at-bats right now are tremendous. The at-bat he had in the 8th inning that ends up being the game-winning RBI, tremendous. That's a really good at-bat. I mean, like, awesome. If he had given you consistent at-bats like that last year, we're probably having a different conversation then and now. But sometimes you get the guy's bad year. Sometimes you get the guy's good year. Mariners have had too many of the guy's bad years, don't get me wrong. But doesn't make them bad players. Jorge Polanco's a good player. He's been a good hitter. Long time. You remember when we were talking more to Phil Mackey, my guy in Minnesota?
Yeah.
Right when they traded for Polanco, and his line was, he's the guy you're going to want up in a clutch situation late. He's going to give you a good professional at bat. I probably should have looked for that before the show. See if you can find that if you have just a moment. It's Phil Mackey.
I found it last week when you were talking about him, and then you guys moved on, so I didn't play it.
Maura, gosh.
Yeah, it's in there. I'll
See if you could find, because honestly, it was running through my head last night as he was coming up in that spot. Like, here's the spot of the game. This is it. Are you going to get one of those professional at-bats? This is what Phil told us a year and a half ago we were going to want out of Polanco. And we haven't seen it at all until last night. Yeah, this is what he told us when they first traded for Jorge.
In his best years, he is carrying your lineup for weeks at a time. He has more power than you would think. And I think he's making spectacular plays in the infield that are saving you games late in the 8th and 9th innings. He's one of those guys where it's a one-run game. It's the Astros. It's August. It's September. And you need someone to take a great at-bat against a 99-mile-an-hour reliever that throws a breaking ball. He is the guy that you want up taking a professional at-bat. He's very rarely in a big moment going to go down 1-2-3 and look overwhelmed. He's going to get up there. He's probably going to foul off a couple pitches, and he's going to give your lineup some confidence.
All right, so that was like almost exactly spot on. All right, the sublime infield defensive plays, maybe not so much. It's weird that he predicted it against the Astros, and obviously this isn't August or September. But isn't that against Abreu?
Yeah, it was one of baseball's best relievers.
Guy who's throwing real hard with a pretty nasty secondary pitch. Yeah. So he did give you that kind of a bat, and it works out. Anyway, that's Jorge Polanco. That's one of the real goods. So is Logan Gilbert, and I don't want to give it short shrift, but we're going to spend some significant time on Logan at 7 o'clock. I'll just say this quickly. That's an ace-like performance. And I said that, I emailed you guys in like the third or fourth inning, just watching like, this guy's an ace. Maybe I'm late to the party on that. Maybe we've already had that conversation. Maybe you already know it. But just watching him, the feel last night, that's an ace. Dominant. Completely dominant. And scaring the you-know-what out of the other team. The presence. Oh, my gosh. I know he went 5 2/3. It probably could have been more were it not for an error. I know, he had a little trouble with Altuve. Gave him a couple of really good at-bats. Okay, that's fine. That game is not any different if he goes into the 7th. I mean, if he pitches 7 instead of 5 2/3, they're still turning it over to Greg Santos in the 8th, and you still have the exact same results. So, tremendous, unbelievable outing from Logan. That's a lot of the real positive from yesterday. There's some negative. I think Dan Wilson owes a couple guys a steak dinner, to be honest with you. If I'm Dan, I got a couple of steak dinners that I'd like to hand out. Maybe not to Dylan Moore, although his walk was huge, but Dylan sort of made up for a lousy defensive play in the top of that inning. So maybe he doesn't get a steak dinner. Maybe he gets to go to, Fatburger Dick's, something like that. We'll buy you Dick's Deluxe or 2. Here you go, Dylan. Miles Mastroboni makes him look good by taking a walk. It's really hard for me to imagine that that's a guy you want pinch hitting in a big spot in the 8th inning, but he takes a walk and it works out. Steak dinner for you, Miles. Polanco obviously helps him out with the hit. And then JP for this play in the 9th.
Munoz looks in, the sign from Cal. Now the stretch, and the 0-2 on the way, swinging a ground ball up the top of the mound. Diving stop beyond the bag by Crawford. From a knee, the throw to first, and it's in time. Wow. Holy smokes, what a play by JP Crawford. Absolutely a magician.
That's a great call from Riz, and 100% true. The diving catch, look, it's incredible. Guys make diving plays in the infield. What is consistently amazing about J.P. Crawford is his ability to throw from odd positions and have it be reasonably accurate. That was an unbelievable, it's a great catch, but the throw was the thing that just truly, I thought, was insane. Nice play from Rowdy Tellez on the other side, by the way. But look, those make up for some really odd decisions made over the course of the game. The whole Gabe Spire thing in the 8th inning, I got to tell you, I've been watching baseball for almost 47 years. Well, I guess I wasn't watching when I was like 0, but you get my point. I'm going to be 47 next month, or this month. Damn it. I've never seen that happen. I've never in my life seen a reliever walk halfway to the mound and then have to be sent back to the bullpen. Never seen it. Literally, never seen it, never heard of it. That was mind-blowing. Is that just what happens when you're trusting your gut? Like, it feels like that's a plan you've got to have one way or another heading into this. Do you want the lefty against Polanco, or do you want the righty and walk the guy? I'm fine with either one against Alvarez. Excuse me, not Polanco. Alvarez. I'm fine either way. They just have a decision, have some reasoning behind it. If your plan all along was to walk Alvarez, why is Spire warming up? Otherwise, you're not going to use him. So that, like, I don't fully, and I'm sure that's why Spire was trotting in. Like, okay, well, he had me warm up. Obviously, it's for Alvarez. You're going to burn Gabe Spire over it?
Oh, I was still even wondering if they were just going to use Gabe Spire to face Christian Walker. And I know that's left on right, and I know Walker's pretty good against left-handed pitching, but even regardless, Santos looked pretty shaky by then.
He looked really bad, and I guess I could play you the Dan Wilson sound. I'll do it later because we're just running out of time. His first argument is, well, Gregory looked good. Like, no, he didn't.
No, And then
he didn't look good at all. He just threw a ball to the backstop.
Sure, and then you're going to your best non-Andres Munoz reliever at that point
really
to try
odd.
to end the inning. So, I would have understood if you were still going to Spire to face the righty.
It sounds like Spire understood as well. Anyway, that was weird. Masterboni pinch hitting for the second time in a week. I guess that's the positive side of using your gut. I guess, right? I mean, so is bunting JP 1 and 2, first and second rather, with nobody out. It works. It didn't have to. You took the bat out of Julio's hands. They decided to pitch to him, and it worked for them. Then Polanco ends up getting the hit, but I don't think that's the way you drew that one up. It worked out. So anyway, just kind of a weird, crazy up and down baseball game. At the end of the day, you get the win. If I'm giving out credit pie, number 1 for me is Logan. Unbelievable outing yesterday, I thought. Number 2 is obviously Polanco. Number 3 is probably going to be, well, I don't know. Maybe Miles Masterboni, honestly, for the walk, because without it, it's against a really good reliever as well. You're not in that position. Bliss has the home run, obviously, and JP with a nice play, and Munoz was great. But that is a weird baseball game, man. Whatever. Just find a way to win it. Now you got to face their 2 best pitchers, see if you can get something done. We'll come back with everything you need to know, which includes, oh my gosh, tremendous ending to the national championship game. Geno Smith and some comments that he made as he was introduced to the Vegas media. And, God, I feel like there's more. Oh, yeah, tons of crazy roster moves for the Mariners as well. Stick around. It's all next on Brock and Salk.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans?
With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Are insurance companies taking you for a ride? Literally? Don't let them destroy your financial future. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is your weapon against greedy insurers. They don't care about you, but Just Cause Legal does. Time is running out. Get the compensation you deserve. Call 253-859-8899 now or visit justcauselegal.com. Don't wait until it's too late. Take back control and fight for what's yours. Meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafee and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
SoFi Personal Loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Tuning into your favorite team's game or actually going to the stadium is better when you feel at your best. If something's not quite right, reduce tension and pain and increase flexibility with expert-assisted stretching at Stretch Lab. Each session is customized to your body's needs with your unique goals in mind. Visit your local Stretch Lab today or go to stretchlab.com to get up to 50% off your first 50-minute stretch. Plus, get an additional $10 off with code FAN10. That's code FAN10 at stretchlab.com.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law, where we help all types of injury victims like Cynthia, who was T-boned by a truck.
The airbag shattered bones in my hand. I called Warrior Injury Law and was very happy with the outcome. Rob has integrity. He cares about people. He cares about his clients. I knew that I could trust Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
Because that heat's a real bummer.
dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave.
Keep your house cool and save.
dayandnight.net. Save up to $4,600 on qualifying cooling equipment, plus no payments or interest for a year OAC. Don't sweat it out this summer. Stay cool with Day and Night.
dayandnight.net.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Kind of one of those all-time crazy wins for the Mariners yesterday in a game they really had to have against Houston. It all started with the ace, Logan Gilbert. He sure looked like it yesterday. Only went 5 2/3, but allowed just a hit, solo home run, struck out 7, just complete dominance.
Here's the 3-2. Swung on and missed. Another beautiful slider. Down goes Paredes. Strikeout number 7 for Logan Gilbert.
Yeah, he was awesome. On the other side, another pretty typical night offensively for most of it. Ryan Bliss did break the monotony with a 2-run shot. Good for him. Gregory Santos gave up the lead, gave up the lead in the 8th. Moore, Mastroboni both walked. JP with a bunt. I know Lyle loved it. And then Jorge Polanco made it work out.
The look in by Breer, and now the right-hander's 2-1 pitch. Swinging a shot off the pitcher into center field, a base hit. Moore will score. Mastroboni rounding third. He will score. The Mariners have the lead, 4-3. Jorge Polanco with a line drive off the hip of Brian Abreu. The ball skips quickly into center field. Holy smokes, a 2-run single with 2 outs by Jorge Polanco. And it's now the Mariners 4 and the Astros 3. A huge base hit for Jorge Polanco.
Yep, Andres Munoz made it hold up, and the Mariners win, get back to 4-7. They do get back to it tonight. Luis Castillo, the original, against Framber Valdez.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Busy day, by the way, for the Mariners. They did indeed place Victor Robles on the IL with a separated shoulder. Question now is how severe it is and how long it's going to take. We really don't know. Apparently, he had it popped back into place in San Francisco, lethal weapon style, but imaging going to give us more details by tomorrow. They did end up going with Dominic Canzone in his spot on the roster, choosing, I think, just to keep it simple with another right fielder. But, man, that does create some challenges with a lot of lefties in that lineup. Mostly positive news on all the injured pitchers. Justin Hollander spoke yesterday. Here's going on with George Kirby.
George Kirby threw a pen this weekend, felt great. He'll throw 2 pens this week and then begin more of a traditional spring training type game progression at that point. I don't have an exact timeline. Some of it depends on how he feels and how things work through the game situations that he's in. But again, he's tracking well. I anticipate the 2 pens going well this week, and then we'll go from there with game progression.
That would be good. My guess is you're not going to see him until May, would be most likely. But good to hear that he's finally starting to get himself into that spot. Matt Brash making progress. He's going to throw a live BP tomorrow and then could start a rehab assignment after that. That would be awesome. Troy Taylor already started his rehab assignment. Jackson Kowar not too far away either. And then since we mentioned him already, you obviously know Jorge Polanco was back in the lineup last night after starting just one of the last 5 games. Apparently, though, a side issue. I think they said on the broadcast the other day that it was his knee that was bothering him. Apparently not. It's an issue with his side. The knee's not bothering him, so I guess all's well that ends well.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, taking the time to read Albert Breer's piece on Geno Smith's exit from Seattle, I would say I now feel better than I have at any point about the way all of this went down. Geno uses the word disrespect. We'll deal with that. But to me, it wasn't about that. It was just about commitment. The Seahawks weren't willing to commit to him. They weren't sure. They weren't sure about him. Nor should they have been. So because they weren't sure on him, they decided to wait. Hey, we're going to give you money if you earn it and continue to earn it, but we just don't believe you're one of those guys that, automatically deserves big-time money. Well, not even just big-time money, but big-time guarantee. Geno doesn't see it that way. I get it.
Not in a cocky or arrogant way, but I just feel that I'm one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. I'm out to go out there and prove it. I want to prove it to my teammates every day. I want to prove it to the organization every day. And then when the product goes out there on Sunday, I want to make sure that I'm one of the best.
Yeah, I think what he's really saying, though, is I believe I'm one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, and I've already proved it. Because that's really the difference between what the Seahawks offered and what Vegas obviously did as well. Congratulations to the Gators. They were down as many as 12 last night. They mounted the third largest comeback in national championship game history in order to seal the win. Teams were tied 12 different times, but Houston down 2, few seconds left, didn't go well.
Pryor, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, short. He won't. He can't touch it. He can't. 1 second. And it's over. Florida is back on top of the college basketball world. Championship madness.
Why didn't he jump into him? What am I missing? Shouldn't he have jumped into him, try to take 3 shots to win? Kind of felt that way. I thought he had an opportunity to go for the foul in that spot because obviously what he did didn't work. Anyway, Florida wins. Alex Condon dove on the ball to end the game. All right, that's everything you need to know. Whew, it's a lot.
I thought he was just trying to bring it back in and then go up for another shot, and he lost it.
Yeah, maybe. That's probably true.
He lost control of it.
Right. Yeah, so more of a physical mistake than a mental mistake. Yeah, that could have been. Yeah, I would see that. I just, watching it on replay, not when I saw it live, I was like, oh, man, he really had an opportunity with the guy in the air to maybe jump into him, take the foul, and try to shoot 3 shots for the win. But regardless, pretty cool game. I did watch, the last 10, 15 minutes of it. Very intense, back and forth, good defense, a lot of good plays. Fun to watch. All right. Coming up, let me give you guys some Bruce Feldman, who has the Seahawks making a disastrous choice with number 18 in the NFL draft for this year. But the way he comes about it, I think, is interesting, worth hearing. And Bruce is always awesome. He's got so much information. Get ready for the draft with Bruce Feldman. We got Albert Breer at 7:30, Jeff Passan at 8:30. It's Brock and Salk, Sales Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, let's talk luxury. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. That's where comfort meets elegance. And this summer, you can see the breathtaking Cascade views, have the world-class dining and entertainment. Oh, did I say entertainment? Because the award-winning summer concert series is back. We got Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD as well. All this summer, overlooking, as I said, the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. Go to snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest? Well, it's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This is Steve Amon, president of Pacific Power Batteries. And when we hear oy vey, zut alors, or oofda, we know that battery prices are high these days. Our job is to control our costs and offer a great value to you. We tried calling our vendors to ask them to stop raising prices, but they haven't returned our calls. Whether it's a brand new battery, a reconditioned battery with a 90-day guarantee, or a factory second with a 1-year guarantee, we'll have something for your budget. So stop in at any Pacific Power Battery store, and we promise to help you.
Harbor Freight knows time is money, so for our Spring Black Friday sale, we're getting straight to the deals. This weekend, you get 35% off jack stands, 56-inch roll cabs under $800, and 2,300 PSI electric pressure washers under $190. See? Straight to the point, so you can get straight to the savings. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until April 13th, 2025 while supplies last. Limitations apply.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $3,500 off an energy-efficient brine cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear,
Fresh Start program. They make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office. And I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. None Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing, because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
A lot of different visions for what the Seahawks should do with 5 picks in the first 100 of this draft. The board is wide open for them in a lot of ways. On the other hand, there are still some pretty significant needs on this roster, and I would hope a direction for where they want to go with Mike Macdonald now that everybody's on the same page. So with all that as a background, Bruce Feldman of The Athletic put together his mock draft, late last week, and we're excited to have him join us now. Bruce, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good morning, guys.
How does Bruce Feldman go about putting his mock together? Do you put on the mock turtleneck? Do you study past mocks? Do you mock yourself in the mirror? How do you go about mocking the way you do, Bruce?
Well, I definitely don't do the turtleneck. But, Brock, my way about it is people I feel like who have the best perspective on these players are the guys who actually coached against them. They know, there's plenty of people who are really good at studying the draft and analyzing it and the prospects. But I think the ones who I feel like have a best feel for these guys are the ones who scouted them, game planned against them, and then saw however they, responded when they were trying to neutralize them as best they could. So really over the last couple months, I end up talking to as many college coaches who have faced these guys because they also have the same perspective. If you're an Ohio State offensive line coach or you're a Texas offensive line coach, you've seen probably like a half dozen of these first-round D linemen. So you can kind of compare and see how they're all a little different in different ways, and they're in different systems, but I think they do have a unique perspective, and that's really what I'm trying to bring to light when I do this.
All right, so love that, and obviously your insight and being around those guys is tremendous. How and why do you have the Seahawks going with a wide receiver, McMillan, at number 18?
I think he is too good for them to pass up. I think he's pretty rare. And you're talking about a guy with elite ball skills. And I think he can be a big weapon in that offense. Just to have him as late around, almost falling out of the top 20, I think is like he's too tough to pass up. Whereas for a lot of the offensive linemen, I'm not sure at that price there. Because once you get past, I feel like the first 2 offensive linemen, Membo and Will Campbell, I'm not sure. Gray Zabel, I think that's too high to probably take him. And I think you can probably get a really good offensive lineman in the second round, maybe not that much different than where you are at almost out of the top 20.
I'm going to have a real problem, Brucey. I'm going to have a real problem if it's Tedero McMillan, because I think I've been as hard on him the last few weeks as any prospect in the history of this radio show for 16 years. And sure enough, they would possibly do it. And then I'm going to be like, oh no, actually, I love him. We had him twice this year, Bruce, and both times, could see all of the body type and everything you mentioned with the traits and the volleyball player and the ball skills. But both times I'm like, man, he takes a lot of plays off. Does not come off the ball very hard, does not block very well, was neutralized in both the games that we had him, as the whole Arizona team was largely neutralized after Jed Fish has left there. What were the coaches who competed against him? What were some of those comments and feedback? Because just the two experiences I had, I was pretty let down in many ways.
Yeah, I get it. It's funny you said that because, that came up a little bit with a few guys, but one of them, and it's a defensive coordinator really, really well, who I trust his evaluation probably about as much as any college DC I talked to. And he said the thing with him is, he goes, he did not come off the field. You watch film, he's like, this kid is lazy. He goes, I think he was just trying to get a breather. He said his hands are as good as you'll ever see, catches everything. And he said, I can't compare him to anyone hands-wise. And remember, he was spectacular when Jed Fish was there running the show. Last year, the wheels fell off the wagon in Tucson, right? Everybody knew where Noah Fafita, who's his best friend since he was, in 8th grade. Fafita's a 5'8", 5'9" quarterback. He was option 1, 2, and 3. So, again, this is a name everybody knows up there. Jed Fish, who spent a long time kicking around the NFL as an assistant and seen some great players, he told me he's the best athlete I've ever seen. That's a pretty big statement. That's not me saying this. This is a guy who has been, on so many good staffs and around so much elite talent. I could see, it's not to say there's no such thing as a can't miss when it comes to NFL players, but I think, and when it comes to the draft process, but I just think he's too good to pass up because I think the things he can do are pretty rare, actually.
Oh, man, that'd be hard. Brock doesn't like him as a prospect. I just would have so much problem with the Seahawks taking a wide receiver at number 18 after how quiet they were in the offensive line market here in free agency, just because they have such a significant need. This isn't one of those draft for need, draft for best available. This is if they put, I don't care who's on the outside, if they roll out the same offensive line that they had last year, none of it matters. So you got to have a really good reason not to draft a lineman there. What is it about Zabel or anybody else who could be available at 18 that you think would be a turnoff for you there?
I just think it's a little high to grab Zabel. One of the coaches I spoke to who knows that program really well at NDSU, he was like, he's talented. He goes, but I don't think he's quite as good as Cody Mock, who was a guard with the Bucs, who came out of the same Missouri Valley Conference. Spencer Brown, he's now the Bills' starting offensive right tackle. He was like, I don't think he's as good as those guys. He's good. He's a good athlete. He goes, I think he's better than Trevor Penning, but Trevor Penning's been a huge disappointment as a first-round pick to the Saints. And so again, not to knock him, but I don't know. Is he a top 20 pick? He looked really good at the Senior Bowl, to his credit, and I think the other one that's interesting there, again, who I think is better than probably where I have him, is Kelvin Banks, who's the offensive tackle from Texas. Now, he did not look good against Georgia, and they played him twice. But earlier in his career, he went up against Will Anderson and Dallas Turner, who are obviously elite speed edge rushers, and Will Anderson's more than just a speed guy. And he held his own really well. I know he was dealing with an ankle injury a lot last year. Also, he was going through some stuff where his mom got really sick, and so I had heard from somebody I trust at the UT staff who said that was weighing heavy on him. So I think Kelvin Banks is to me, he of the guys who I don't have in my top 20, I think of the offensive linemen, to me, he's the one guy I would say, again, do you need an interior guy or do you need an offensive tackle? That's another story. But I think Banks I would lean to over Zabel at this point. But again, Zabel did look really good at the Senior Bowl, and I think there's probably a lot to like because of his versatility.
The voice, he is Bruce Feldman from Fox Sports and The Athletic, and so connected in the NFL world, Salky, the college football world, the coaching world, which is so fun as he kind of puts that optics on this draft. And in that way, and in that vein, Bruce, Seattle Seahawks, Mike McDonald, the way that he wants to build this thing, very much so in the Harbaugh image, the Baltimore Raven kind of image. We've already seen that he's played a strong role with John Schneider and personnel, both in season and out of season and everything else. If you were to take 2 or 3 guys, regardless of where they're drafted or their spot or anything in this draft, just take 2 or 3 guys on your little list there of like, wow, that's a Mike Macdonald kind of guy. Yeah, that's a Seattle Seahawks kind of guy. Yeah, that's a rugged, tough, physical. Yep, I could see them fitting in there. Who are 2 or 3 of those kind of prospects?
I think that the big safety out of South Carolina, Nick Imanwari, he's the freakiest athlete in the draft. He makes a ton of plays. 6'3", he gets compared a lot to a name that people will know there, Cam Chancellor. And coaches I talk to who know him and know also this name that I'm going to bring up because he was a big-time NFL player. And, that's Adrian Wilson, a 5-time Pro Bowler, very similar style. The defensive coordinator at South Carolina was a teammate of Adrian Wilson. It was like, that's who he's like. He's really just an explosive guy who is an eraser, high football IQ, really good at retaining information, made a lot of plays. I think he's somebody that would be an interesting one. Again, he'll be there, I think, at that spot. I just don't know if that's the biggest need for you, for that team. A couple other guys who kind of land in that. I mean, again, this would be a guy later in the draft. I know it's funny for Michigan fans probably to hear this. Like Jack Sawyer, I think, 3rd-round guy, defensive end. He's not going to test great. He's not an elite traits guy, but he's a really physical, tough football player. I think there's a bunch of guys coming out of Columbus this year that will end up as really good football players. Most of them I don't think will be top, first-round guys. I think they'll go somewhere between, 50 and 100, but they fit in that category. Donovan Jackson, really versatile, can play all along the line. Really intelligent, pretty good athlete. They plugged him in at left tackle when Josh Simmons got hurt at midseason at Oregon. Played really well as the year went on. Faced a lot of really good, defensive guys, edge rushers. I feel like there's guys who fit in that. I feel like this, especially the maturity group out of Ohio State, I think there's a really good mix of guys that I could see Mike Macdonald being very attracted to.
Who's the 3rd best quarterback in this draft?
I think it's Jackson Dart. I don't like it. Here's why. Look, Jackson Dart's really tough. He's a good athlete. He has a pretty live arm. I think Brock and I actually saw him in his last game against USC. They played UCLA. It was a rudderless team. They'd already fired the head coach. He was really young then. Then he transferred to Ole Miss. He had some turnover issues. He cleaned some of that up. Here's the part where I kind of wince, though. They were really talented, and they lost some games. They didn't make the playoff. They underachieved. They lost to a terrible Kentucky team at home. They lost to a pretty mediocre Florida team when they could have just, if they won the game, they're a playoff team. And they lost to not a great LSU team. And again, I don't put that all on him, but he's an experienced quarterback who had really good talent on his defense. They upgraded the offensive line. Some of those offensive linemen were guys Husky fans remember very well because they helped them get into the national title game the year before. And they just didn't get it done. Again, I don't want to put all of that on Jackson Dart. But if none of these quarterbacks, especially Shedeur or Jackson Dart, would be anywhere near the first round if they were in this draft last year, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. Why is the Alabama kid, Milroe, going to the NFL draft? Why is he going to sit in that green room for the NFL draft in 2 weeks and 3 days?
I don't know. I mean, him going to the draft, I can't understand this. If he ends up on a team where he can sit for 2 or 3 years in the NFL system, and everything I heard is he's a really diligent, hard worker. He's got a big, strong arm. It's just not very accurate. Can they clean that up? He's obviously an electrifying runner. But you feel like that's going to be a storyline for the first 2 days of the draft. Unless somebody told him, hey, we're going to take you late. I don't even know why they would have to take him because I don't think he would be like the 34th player. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what that process is like. You feel for him if he's going to be the one who just gets a ton of airtime and looks very sad. I mean, we've seen that story a bunch over the years, and usually it's of a guy who people thought was a top 15 pick. Nobody seems to think that about Jalen.
Hey, you put together, this is kind of fun. So you do the mock, obviously, the mock draft here to kind of put a capper on all these college guys. Before the season, you do your freaks list, which has become a kind of a very red thing across all of college football and the college football fan bases of just the freakiest athletes heading into each season. How much, Bruce, do you go back and look at kind of what those strength coaches and what those people have provided for you and to you with the freaks list versus what the actuality is at the combine in all of this testing leading up to the draft?
Way more than I should admit. But that, I go back and I'm like, who do I trust? Listen, you know, Penn State guys back up what they told me they have done. You know, like I go back, whether it is Mike Gesicki or Saquon Barkley or Micah Parsons or Odafe Owa, who was Jason Owa back then, you know, like it's like clockwork. But even back to the point, there was a player, I don't know if he's a little younger than you, but not much, Margus Hunt, Brock.
Oh, yeah.
He was an Estonian shot putter from SMU.
Yes. That was the early years of the Brock and Salk show right there. Oh, yeah, big Margus.
There's no way this guy's doing these numbers. Go back at Wikipedia. His number's almost identical to what they told me he was going to do. Now, there's a few schools who I'm like, yeah, they tell me stuff, and I'm like, maybe I'm going to be a little more skeptical. Seen it over times. But by and large, look, Tommy Millott, you know, touchdown Tommy, Montana State quarterback, great FCS player, is somewhere like he might be the Tebow or he might be the Jalen Milroe of that company. He ran 4.39 and jumped 41 inches. Everything, like he was on the freaks list a year ago, number 70. He more than backed it up. One thing, I not to hijack the show for a second, Brock, you're referencing this without knowing it. Number 32, Las Vegas Raiders trading up with the Eagles to take Emeka Egbuka. About 4 years ago, Brock and I are, along with Joe Davis, I think Joe was with us at this point, maybe it was not, but we're at Ohio State, and Brock asked these interesting, somewhat offbeat questions, maybe about an octagon in the UFC, whatever. And it was always like Brock, and I'm not just saying this because I'm doing it with him now. Like Brock was an awesome teammate to be in his crew. But one of the questions he asked Ryan Day was, of all the guys here, who do you think most likely could be a football coach down the road? I'm paraphrasing. But it's like, that's savvy, that's smart, or whatever. And Ryan Day really thought about it for a while. And then he mentioned Egbuka, who was a true freshman receiver at the time. And this might have been like only about a month into the season. And that stuck with me because obviously, you know, it wasn't like he wasn't a big recruit. But like everything I've heard from, and I know a bunch of guys who were on that Ohio State staff, especially last year, they raved about him. But I was like, I kind of referenced Brock's probing of Ryan Day for that.
That was pretty cool. Nice job, Brock.
I probe a little bit, Salk.
That's nice.
Sometimes
that's what you get paid for, is to ask good questions,
sometimes awkwardly
right?
so, but you know, you got to push the envelope.
Bruce, we're 15 minutes into this thing, and we've not yet asked you the most important question. And shame on both of us, mostly me, but shame on us. The Seahawks this year are going to do something they have not done in forever. We have been told publicly on the record by both the coach and the general manager and the offensive coordinator that they need a fullback. It has been years. It's maybe been a decade since they've had a real legitimate guy who plays fullback. The last fullback on this team, I think, Brock, was Will Tukuafu, right?
Derek Coleman.
Tukuafu was after that.
Oh, was he?
He was a defensive lineman who could kind of line up back there. Who should they draft to play fullback?
Man, good luck. I think it's at that point you're almost looking at a guy who's going to be an H-back, and I think that the options are really, really limited. You know, I don't feel like there's anything that's you're going to say, oh, we'll take somebody. And I remember there was an offensive lineman a few years ago. He was definitely a freaks list guy. He was 6 feet, 280, and the 49ers took him and tried to turn him into one of those. I mean, it's just not you just don't see them hardly at all. You know, just thinking about it a little bit, I can't name anybody who would. I I'm trying to remember. We did a Wisconsin-Alabama game week 3, but I don't know. Like, I would assume those guys are free agent guys. Same thing with Iowa. I just can't come up with anybody. This is it's unfortunate, but
that's the nature of that position. It's the nature of that position. It's going to be exactly what you said. It's going to be one of these later round running backs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Brant Kesey, he was played at Utah, really good player. Brock saw a lot of him. He's a way undersized tight end. I don't know if he's the kind of blocker that you want there, though. I mean, G. Scott is another guy Seattle people know, was an undersized tight end who got moved from receiver. He's a pretty good athlete. But again, I don't know if that's what, are you sitting there thinking that's Mike Allstott, or who was a great wrestler who was with the Chargers forever?
Who, Neal?
Lorenzo Neal.
Yeah.
I don't know if you see if those guys are that. That's the problem with taking a good receiving tight end who's more of an H-back, but so I don't know.
I'm looking at G. Scott Sr. right now. He's literally right outside the window
G. Scott
of the
Sr.
studio.
could be a fullback. I think in his day.
He's got a fullback build, much more so than Junior does. Junior's a little tall.
He tested well.
Oh, my gosh, did he ever? You think
Yeah.
he's going to get drafted? Just out of a personal question, this has nothing to do with the Seahawks, but you think after that he'd get drafted?
It's possible. Look, I mean, one thing we know about people who come, guys who catch passes at Ohio State, how many guys do not pan out? They play somewhere. Because I feel like if you're getting on the field at Ohio State as a receiver, even as a tight end, you've got to come through 18 guys who are all probably pretty good. And if they went someplace else, they'd play. Like I said, he tested well. I'm sure he'll be in camps. I just don't know, how far, that all it comes down to then is need of where guys fit.
Hey, last minute here, Bruce. I was out at Husky practice on Saturday. I'm going to kind of download my takeaways here with the audience in about 10 minutes or so. I know you're close to Jed. I know you're close, and you got your ear to all of college football all season long, all off season long. What are you hearing on Demond? I got to see him in person. You hearing a little scuttlebutt on the young quarterback and some of what Jed thinks of his upside?
Yeah, they're really excited about him. I mean, he's really dynamic. He throws it well. I talked to a buddy I have on staff there, not Jed, a couple of weeks ago, and very excited about him. I think, the only thing he doesn't have is he's not 6'3", but now obviously it's, here are 2025. We see a lot of quarterbacks who aren't more than 6 feet. So, and he's also, what's interesting is, I remember watching game film that Jed was doing with the quarterback last year, came in from Mississippi State, who'd thrown for, 1 million yards in the SEC. And we were watching Noah Fifita play. And I think Jed's own experience of having I think this kid's bigger than Fifita, and he's a more dynamic athlete. And so it's going to be interesting to see how it works. But Jed's really good with quarterbacks. He's a really good offensive coach. You could see it, what he did at everywhere he's been. And then, like we were talking about 10 minutes ago, how bad was Arizona? I'm not saying it wasn't there was a lot of the same players. It wasn't like T-Mac left. It wasn't like Fifita left. I mean, Jonah Coleman left. But for the most part, that program fell apart, and Jed had it humming pretty good. I mean, when they ended the regular season and they won the bowl game, they were a dangerous, dangerous team. And I think, everything you hear about this kid's talent and intangibles, and there's a bunch of guys in there that obviously, I feel like Jed would adopt Jonah Coleman. It's he's so, that bond is so tight. But there's a really dynamic freshman running back that they got who was committed to Arizona, obviously followed them there. I feel like there's pieces, and it was, now it's what's the next step? Are they an 8-win team this year? Can they do more than that? I don't know. I mean, I think you're not smart. You're being foolish if you doubt Jed, because he proved what he did at Arizona, and I think that would get me optimistic if I was a Husky fan.
All right, that's Bruce Feldman of The Athletic, and huge thanks to him for joining us yesterday. Coming up, the evolution of maybe the Mariners' best player and Geno Smith using the wrong word. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Abe Lucas is going to be the most important player on this offense. Why? Because when he is available and he is playing, him and Charles Cross are going to hold it down. It's all about keeping the band together. And the band has been split up a lot over the past couple of years, right? We saw rookies play tackle. We saw rookies play guard. But when Abe and Charles Cross are playing together, those bookends hold it down. It's Abe Lucas, man.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
The madness is still on at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland to get you the best deals on your new ride. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory with the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet's
Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get his freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, let's see if we can get to 2 big stories in 9 minutes. I think we can do that before everything you need to know. And then Albert Breer will join us at 7:30. Interesting, bizarre, crazy, up and down win for the Mariners yesterday, and lots to focus on there. But rather than going through the play-by-play late and the ups and the downs and everything else, did some of that at 6 o'clock. I was hoping we could just focus for a couple of minutes on Logan Gilbert. He was awesome yesterday. He really was, and it gets lost because of all of the sort of bizarreness that went on late in that game, and that was interesting, don't get me wrong, and we can certainly go through it later, some of the decision-making, but Logan really felt like an ace to me last night, and as I said at 6, maybe you already thought that. I know you wanted him to start opening day. Maybe I'm late to the party on that, but just watching him, he just had the air of an ace last night.
Was this like a Boston song, More Than a Feeling? Like was it more than a feeling last night for you?
I think it was actually
more than a feeling
feeling
of an ace. It was just a feeling of an ace. Huh?
Maybe it was just a feeling.
Do you think some of that was Dave Valley on the call? Because I thought Dave and Aaron were just awesome. And Dave brings a little bit more of a national voice, as he's done a lot of national work. He's done a lot of MLB Network. He's obviously still beloved by the Mariners and really made his mark as a Mariner. Do you think some of that was him speaking through some of the pitches too?
No, I don't. I think that's true. Everything you just said I would agree with, but no. I was just watching him last night. There were like a bunch of words that all kind of came out of my mouth at the same time. That combination of his stuff, the power he has, the presence he brings to the mound with the swagger, the confidence he's pitching with right now. Obviously, the results are there. But then sort of this intimidation factor and, kind of able to do whatever the situation calls for, right? Oh, you need a strikeout? I got a strikeout. You need a ground ball? I got a ground ball. You need me to go deep in a game? I go deep in a game. You need me to be a stopper? I can be a stopper. He just kind of has, it's more just like what he's exuding almost more than anything else.
How about that slow-mo they showed of that one split finger and the roar? Like if there was a sound that came out of his facial expression, Lyle, what would that sound be? If there was a sound, like, because it was it was slow-mo, right? And he's kind of corked in there and he's coming downhill and he is just, his mouth, what would be the sound that came out of his mouth, Lyle? You got one for me?
I would say scream, but maybe.
Why didn't you just do that yourself? You obviously just wanted to roar. Why didn't you just do it? Why are you bothering to ask Lyle if you just wanted to roar?
Lyle. I wanted to see if Lyle had that at 7:02.
You know he doesn't have that. He doesn't have it at 7:02, 8:02, 9:02, 10:02, 10:02 p.m. You know that's not who Lyle is now. You know he's not going to do that.
All right, fine. That's what came out of his mouth. And then to see the actual splitter. And I think Goldie asked Valley, does he know which way it's going? And he's like, I don't, it's like a knuckleball, right? That thing just comes out and it just dives. I mean, just no chance.
Yeah.
Good luck, no matter who you are. And I think that was Yordan Alvarez, right? Like, you're just not going to be able to hit that stuff.
One of the things that I thought actually Goldsmith brought up last night was just thinking about Logan coming up to the big leagues as really a fastball pitcher with a kind of slider to go with it.
Yeah.
And everything he's added since then and everything it's done for him, and just it's awesome. It's a really cool story of a guy who already had some real advantages. I mean, it helps to be his height, his arm length, et cetera. I mean, he's got some natural ability. That's why he was a first-round pick. But he's grown himself into being an ace.
Yep.
The Logan Gilbert that came up a few years ago for the first time was probably a number 3 pitcher. The Logan Gilbert we're watching now is a legitimate ace in Major League Baseball, and it's just been awesome to watch. It's why Greg Amsinger said this the other day about him, that, like, this is a dude you gotta lock down.
Logan Gilbert loves pitching in Seattle. He wants to stay there. That sounds eerily similar to Vladdy Guerrero Jr. I love Toronto. I'd like to stay here. Hey, Ems, pony up. He's your ace. Lock him up. Logan Gilbert is number 5.
Yeah, and my guess is he will eventually. They're trying to do that. Whether or not it goes down, we'll see. So that's part one of a 9-minute.
Can I give you one tiny little nerdy thing about it as well, from just a delivery mechanic standpoint? Have you noticed how he's almost like a football player? When you think of a football player throwing it, how they kind of get the ball in their pocket, right? So
yeah.
If you notice that about him, some of that change, and it's as I listen to these kind of gurus when it comes to quarterbacking, with that, it kind of sets their scap. It just kind of sets everything. And I love watching him because there is almost a football mechanic to how he takes his glove and he gets it set there before everything just comes absolutely flaming downhill at you. Pretty neat. Pretty awesome.
Very cool. And we'll see if we can get into some of the interesting machinations later in that game. And ultimately, Jorge Polanco playing the hero. We'll do some of that in Need to Know. The Geno story from yesterday, Albert Breer story, and we will talk to him coming up in about 10 minutes. About 25 minutes. Was great. Brock, you went right to the word disrespect yesterday.
Yeah.
Geno feels disrespected.
I knew that would be rather polarizing, and it has just kind of blown up on the old social realm there. There are some that absolutely get furious, right, on one side of it. And I didn't do it to necessarily be polarizing. That was his own word, right? And he's used it a lot, and he's felt that way. He felt that way last August, and why he took a couple days to kind of vent and try to get a new deal and everything else. And I think the team at just about every turn, and we talked about this, how much John and Mike just constantly praising him, and why really that trade was more surprising to me in some ways than the Russell Wilson trade from a few years earlier, because certainly Mike McDonald used every occasion imaginable through every press conference to call him the tip of the spear and to try to show that respect for the performance, and yet there was really nothing that could be said. Ultimately, it was, I guess, $66 million more guaranteed dollars.
Yeah,
that ultimately gained Geno's respect in Vegas.
It's why after reading it yesterday, and I saw your tweet, and I was like, oh, right, I got to go back and read this. So I went back and read the whole article knowing we were going to talk to him today. Mm-hmm. And I get where Geno's coming from. He's using the wrong word. I think, honestly, that's what I would say. Geno, it's not about respect. Respect was shown to you in any number of ways. It's why, Brock, I totally agree with your tweet. This is not a matter of Geno Smith being disrespected. If you have to tell yourself that in order to get yourself, motivated, but fine. Like,
and that has, right?
That's
fine. Kind of like Julio, we talked yesterday, just kind of has a DNA of joy. And Geno's DNA, maybe hardened by what happened in New York, is a rookie, has always been chip on my shoulder.
Totally
stubborn,
fine. So whatever you got to say. Like, I'm not here to get mad at you about it, but it's the wrong word. He's not being disrespected. He's not being offered security. He doesn't want respect. He's equating respect with security. Mm-hmm. And it was about commitment. The Seahawks offered him a tremendous amount of respect and ultimately offered him basically the same amount of money that the Raiders did.
Right.
All he had to do was earn it every year. He had to continue to play at that level, and they were giving themselves an out in case he did not. And he's saying, look, I've already proven it. It's not about respect. It's about commitment. It's about security. And on the Seahawks side of it, they decided, no, we need to be nimble. We need to be flexible. We need to have our options open to us because of your age, because of the whole, we're not willing to commit. It's not about respect. Respect you.
So what is the verb? If the verb is disrespected, what is the verb that Geno would say? You were...
I don't know that I have the right word for it, but I know. Yes. I mean, like all I could, I guess, like the word is not dissecurity. So like,
I was trying to figure out the word.
It's not discommitted. I don't have that right word for you.
Yes.
But I got to tell you, reading all of that yesterday is the best I have felt about the Seahawks decision since it happened. And obviously, I was excited when it went down. And then all of the conversation afterwards of like, oh, we didn't really want to do this. I just threw us for a loop. I was like. Right. Why? You should have absolutely wanted to do this. Well, no, what they wanted to do was have options. They wanted to be nimble. They were unwilling to commit to Geno Smith. They didn't want to be in that long-term relationship. They didn't want to lock that down. And that's not about respect. It's about understanding that he's not at a point in his career where that's the right move for any football team.
And he ultimately got to it yesterday in his presser. It's not disrespect. It's just business. This is the business of the NFL. It just is. And it's a confluence of father time, right? Of value, of salary cap, of what else is available.
Yeah, he said all of that.
Yeah, it's just business, and that's the way things work in the NFL. There's no hard feelings for anyone there. I have a lot of love for everybody there, really, and I think it's just business. And, there's new opportunity for everyone, and I'm so happy to be a part of this thing. I'm so happy to be here and where I am right now. Looking forward to just creating so many new memories, and it's going to be exciting. It's going to be real fun.
All right, so there you go. Geno excited about his new home. Hopefully Seahawks fans excited that he has a new home. We'll be right back with everything you need to know, including the huge moment from an unlikely hero next on Brock and Salk.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
When you guys bring in free agents, then they leave and you don't sign them, probably unique to each one. But is it just something you learn in that conversation and you go, okay.
Yeah, a lot of different reasons. It could be medical, it could be personality, financial, how they're going to be a fit in the building, how much they love football, what kind of worker are they. There's a whole interview process that I don't want to give out, actually.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and I've had a share of some sports injuries over the years. Basically, every football player in our building. If you play the game long enough, you're going to get banged up with back injuries, hip injuries, some painful joints, but you don't have to be a pro football player to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect many of you. You wake up on this Tuesday morning just in aches and pains, and I get it. And so does my buddy Dr. Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland. He has seen so many patients through the decades suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience. Let me say that again. The only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including, stem cell therapy. So no matter what walks through the door, what ache and pain, he's been there, he's done it, he's seen it all over his 30-plus years. So give him a call this morning at 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. It's the PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, Saturday, April 26th and Sunday, April 27th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and PBR.com.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Oh, wow, honey, I love it. It's so beautiful and so sparkly.
Just like you, Mom. Happy Mother's Day.
I'll wear it every day. It goes with everything.
This Mother's Day, wow Mom with spirit-lifting, outfit-making, express your love jewelry. Shop jtv.com/mom for wow-worthy and budget-friendly styles.
I'm never taking it off.
Another wow factor? Sign up for JTV Text and get $30 off. If she loves jewelry, she'll love JTV.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
The madness is still on at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland to get you the best deals on your new ride. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory with the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff will assist you with a test drive and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. A million hours will help create food secure communities. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, crazy, bizarre win for the Mariners, a game they very much needed against Houston. Logan Gilbert, tremendous yesterday. Looked like an ace, pitched like an ace. Got them through 5 2/3, only allowed one hit. It was a solo home run. He struck out 7, just complete dominance really last night. And then on the other side, a fairly typical offensive night, right? Ryan Bliss did break up some of the monotony with a 2-run shot, but then Gregory Santos giving up the lead in the 8th in a weird circumstance. Moore, Masterboni both walk. JP bunts, 2nd and 3rd. Julio strikes out, 2 outs, and
the look in by Breer, and now the right-hander's 2-1 pitch, swinging a shot off the pitcher into center field, a base hit. Moore will score. Masterboni rounding 3rd. He will score. The Mariners have the lead, 4-3. Jorge Polanco with a line drive off the hip of Brian Abreu. The ball skips quickly into center field. Holy smokes, a 2-run single with 2 outs by Jorge Polanco, and it's now the Mariners 4 and the Astros 3. A huge base hit for Jorge Polanco.
Yeah, I think it was a 1-1 cement mixer that Julio got right in the middle of the plate, and unfortunately was out ahead of it and pulls it foul and then swings through 99 in the top corner. Polanco got that 2-1 cement mixer, and he did not miss it. I mean, he hit a rocket right back up the middle, and I don't know, maybe I'm projecting here, Salk. I probably am. But it felt like, and even listening to that highlight, it felt like the 19,000 people in the building booing the Astros a bunch, right? Certainly some emotion with their own home team. Just want to see this offense complement these freak shows that we have in the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you said before the year, the one thing that you would love for Logan, and if he's going to win a Cy Young and kind of get into that conversation, he needs wins.
Yeah.
You know, and last night, yet again, another night, like the opening, like his opener, where like you had nothing to show for it in the win-loss column, just because of, you know, the lack of complementary ball offensively.
Yeah, but it wasn't just the offense. I mean, he left that game with a lead.
He did.
I mean, it wasn't just the offense.
No, Santos
were...
is scary when he gets in there. At some point, he's going to strike someone out.
You would think
that
so.
That is going to happen this year.
Probably not going to happen after he thinks he's being removed from the game and then doesn't come out of the game. I'm really confused about how all of that went down. Anyway, Mariners get to 4-7. They get back to it tonight. Luis Castillo, the original Luis Castillo against Framber Valdez. Should be a pretty good one at T-Mobile Park.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
It's actually a really busy day for the Mariners. They had a lot going on even before the game. Justin Hollander giving an update on all the injuries. Let's see. Victor Robles, separated shoulder. So you think they
dislocated?
I'm sorry, did I say separate? Dislocated.
Yeah, dislocated.
Dislocated shoulder. So they knocked that back in, like in huh?
They did. They knocked it right back in.
Right,
in
but
San
like
Francisco.
in Lethal Weapon, where he's doing that underwater and he dislocates his own shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I don't know how severe that is. They don't know yet. They'll find out a little bit more by the end of the day today. Dominic Canzone ends up coming up in his spot. They kept it simple, but a little challenging, I would think, with a lot of lefties now in and around that roster. Mostly positive news on all the pitchers. George Kirby has felt good, apparently, during a few bullpens, but no timetable yet. So we'll see what happens as he starts to ramp up.
I think he's going to throw two more bullpens this week, right? And
he
those
will,
go well.
but he specifically said no timetable yet for a return. So hard to see that happening before May. Matt Brash making progress. Here's the latest from Hollander there.
Matt Brash is going to throw a live BP on Wednesday here. And then we will talk about a rehab assignment in Tacoma at that point. I can't tell you how long. It kind of depends on how he feels and what we see with our eyes / what the data says. But very likely to begin a rehab assignment end of this week, early next week with Tacoma. At that point, hopefully the BP goes well on Wednesday here.
No, that would be really, really nice.
Yeah.
I'd like him pitching in the 8th inning last night.
Yeah, Santos is... what's the adjective?
A wild ride?
What's the verb?
He's a wild
There is
ride,
some
Brock.
Fernando Rodney to that thing.
That's true.
Because I don't think he knows where it's going.
No.
And just watching Cal's body language behind the plate, Cal tries to, he does a great job framing everybody. And you could just tell with him, like, lost cause. Because he doesn't know where it's going. I don't know where it's going. And as I said, hopefully, eventually, he starts to get a little more swing and miss.
Yeah, good to see Jorge Polanco obviously back in the lineup yesterday, not just because of the winning hit, but it turns out it wasn't his knee. He said it was just his side that was bothering him. He'd only played in one of the last 5 games.
He did steal a base, too. That was encouraging.
He did. That was not just encouraging, but quite frankly shocking. I almost fell out of my chair when it happened.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, Breer going to join us in a few minutes at 7:30. Took the time to read his piece on Geno's exit from Seattle, and I said earlier, I actually feel better than I have at any point about the way all of that went down. This was about commitment. The Seahawks did not want to make one to him, and that to me is about more than just money. He was done betting on himself, and they wanted flexibility. So here's what Geno had to say.
Not in a cocky or arrogant way, but I just feel that I'm one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. I'm out to go out there and prove it. I want to prove it to my teammates every day. I want to prove it to the organization every day. And then when the product goes out there on Sunday, I want to make sure that I'm one of the best.
See, it's funny because I feel like that's exactly what he doesn't want to do.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want to have to prove it. I think what he really feels is, I've already proven it. I've proven that I'm one of the best, and you're not paying me that way, whereas the Seahawks are saying, no, we want you to go out and do exactly what you just said, continue to prove it year after year. So there's where the disconnect comes in.
You know what, the Seahawks and Pete and John did a marvelous job of for all of those years, Salk, and I saw the difference in it. Even in Indianapolis, a really quality organization that I was in with Bill Polian, but you could feel at times tension between some of the different people. The O-line coach wanted this guy drafted. The GM wanted this guy drafted. Between Pete and John, they were absolutely players, both free agency and in the draft, that Pete wanted, that I'm sure John and the personnel department were like, I don't really want to do that. But we've got to find a way, like a marriage, right, to make it work and sacrifice for one another. I think it's also become abundantly clear, and this will be my question for Bert. Geno was always more of a Pete guy.
I mean, that's for sure.
And I think Pete was always more of a Geno guy.
I think all of that is true. Kraken win 2-1. Florida Gators are the national champions.
You enjoying watching that?
I watched the last 7 or 8 minutes of the game, maybe 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
Not really, but it was okay.
Just because of all the stoppages in the final 2 minutes.
I mean, it's so choppy.
I mean, Billis says it right. Like, really, we play 38 minutes of one game, and then the final 2 minutes, we do this.
And the ends of basketball games are fun. I mean, like, the back and forth
fun.
is cool, but the rhythm of it was just awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
Those guys play hard.
They did
man.
play hard.
If your frustration is all you do is shoot threes, nuh-uh. These dudes play defense.
No, there was more of that.
These guys sacrifice everything. I mean, both of them laid it on
I can
the
really
line.
live with just about. There's 2 things that's everything you need to know. There's only 2 things in basketball that really drive me crazy. One is I hate the officiating in basketball to the point where it makes it hard for me to watch. I hate that every play is a 50-50 block or charge.
Right.
Just like, you call whatever you want. Is it a block? Is it a nothing? Is like
This hasn't changed for 16 years.
And it's never going to change.
No, it's never going to
Like, that's just the way that sport is, and it drives me crazy.
Yeah, it's like pass interference on every play.
And I really, really hate the step back, the pull-up step back 3. I just hate it. It's just not fun to watch at all. It's just not fun. Everything else is fun. That's really not fun. All right. Coming up, Brock, let's talk to Albert Breer. He wrote this piece. He's talked to Geno. I think he's spoken with the Seahawks. What really went down? What does it all mean? What does it tell us about what direction everybody wants to go next? Albert Breer, coming up on Brock and Salk.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Dreyer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
All right, you want a true story? We, with all the rain recently, Heather said, hey, we're noticing a little something with one of the gutters. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to get up there. So I got up there on the huge ladder. I did. Yes, I was up at the gutter, 2nd floor, big ladder, took one look inside, smelled it, and was like, yeah, this is a bigger job than I can handle. This isn't just one little clog. Somebody's got to deal with these gutters. So you know who I called? I called Riverside Roofing, obviously, because they can come out as early. Actually, they're coming out tomorrow to get everything worked out. Yeah, and if you've got a full roof replacement that you need, you can get $1,000 off. That's right, $1,000 off a new roof replacement, which should be a huge incentive to book it right now. It's a great time to do it. The days are getting longer. Sunsets after 7 o'clock. The spring rains are certainly here. So, yeah, do what you got to do. Claim your $1,000 off from Riverside Roofing. Just call them. You can book a free estimate right on the website if you want, riversideroofingllc.com. But when you meet with Brandon, who will be at my house tomorrow, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message here on the radio with the station, with me, etc. You'll get $1,000 back in your pocket, and you'll get a brand new roof over your head. Just ask Brandon about the 35 years of experience, the GF Master Elite certification, and yeah, ask him about the catch-all system, which is pretty cool. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. They are the roofing company you can trust.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Moderna, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Beat the rush.
Act now before summer,
because that heat's a real bummer.
Dayandnight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
Before the summer heat wave.
Keep your house cool and safe.
Dayandnight.net. Make sure your AC will keep you cool when the summer heat gets here. Save $50 on a pre-summer AC tune-up. When the heat's at 11, stay cool with Day and Night.
Dayandnight.net.
After years of wear and tear, Joe had osteoarthritis in his wrists and shoulders.
I've pretty much worked out my whole life. I actually decided I'm going to train for a half Ironman triathlon.
The pain was interfering with every part of his life.
Basically, can't sleep, causing those kind of problems, very limited movement.
Joe had surgery, but it wasn't the fix he was looking for.
The doctor told me, he's like, hey, this is just going to be a partial fix. You're going to eventually need joint replacement.
That's when he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
And they're just getting better. I can basically do full motion. I don't have really any pain.
What kinds of things are you able to do now that you weren't before?
I like to golf, and it definitely has made my golf game not as painful. And sleeping. I'm sleeping better because I don't have that aching at night going on and having to roll over.
So, are you recommending this to others?
Oh, everybody I talk to. Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, great piece yesterday, Monday morning quarterback from Albert Breer, of course, on Geno Smith and his exit from Seattle and why it went down and Geno's feelings of disrespect and also some of his conversations last year with Pete Carroll. So joining us right now is Albert Breer. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? How we doing?
We're doing great, and it's nice to have you not only with us, but on video as well. You look great. You sound great. See the Ohio State stuff back there, obviously. Maybe we'll dig into that.
He was a Buckeye. Bert was a Buckeye.
Got the Lincoln Sudbury helmet back there, too. I don't know. It looks like it's maybe cropped out, though.
Yeah, that's on purpose. We make sure nobody needs to see that. So why did Geno leave? He used the word disrespect. I read that, and it was really hard for me to feel like he was being disrespected. I understand that that's sort of a common buzzword among athletes. I got no problem with him using it. But was he really being disrespected, or was he just not being offered the security he wanted?
Yeah, I think, I think that word can be a little bit of a moving target sometimes, Mike, and I think that's sort of what you're getting at, right? Like, I think, he felt like he had earned the right to have some security, and he had to go year to year for what, like 5 years in a row, something like that, right? Like where he was on 1 year deals year after year after year. Wins the starting job, he's on a 1 year deal that year. And so I think for him, a huge part of it was more than even just the money, it was, and the money is always a factor. I'm not saying it isn't, but it was, I want to know that you're building around me for the next couple of years. And I think when the Seahawks didn't do that, which of course is their right too, you kind of look at it like, okay, like, well, like now I got to kind of look around a little bit. And so, I think when there was, like a little less of a willingness to go into the second year with full guarantees that, at least, create some risk for the team in doing the deal where they can't just detach from you after a year. I think that's when Geno knew maybe the writing's on the wall and maybe I'll be somewhere else in 2025. And look, like that's something we talked about during the year too, right? Like that Geno was going to look for some security after the season, which obviously, he didn't get what he was looking for in that department from the Seahawks.
Bert, everybody I think points to Pete Carroll coming back into the league and this, because of that, this being able to come to fruition. I'm curious how big of a factor Sam Darnold not being franchised by Minnesota actually was. Had he been franchised and not available, could the Seahawks have pivoted this way?
I mean, look, like the Seahawks didn't have to do anything. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, ultimately, like it takes two to tango on a contract, but they still had a year of term left on Geno's deal. So, like, I don't think like that John Schneider and Mike McDonald are going out into the quarterbacking wilderness in a year that's not very good at the position without a very high pick.
Sam had been franchised and he was not available. Do you think we would be sitting and Pete Carroll was not a Las Vegas Raider head coach? They went a different direction.
I mean, I think
there's a good
chance
we'd be sitting here with Geno playing out the final year of his deal, or the two sides just not? Yeah.
I think there's definitely a chance of that. Or maybe the Seahawks act with a little more desperation to keep him. I don't know. I think that could definitely be part of it. If you're Seattle and you're in that position, I think you're always going to be affected by the market, and the market around you and kind of what's happening and who's available. And, it just so happened that, Sam Darnold, and I wrote about the Seahawks pursuit of Sam Darnold a couple of weeks ago. Like it just a lot of things lined up for Sam Darnold in Seattle. I mean, the presence of Clint Kubiak, who he'd been with in San Francisco, what the Seahawks were looking for in the position, maybe to get a little bit younger if it wasn't going to be Geno. Even like being on the West Coast, like I know Sam Darnold, it wasn't a deciding factor, but it was something that Sam, I think had on his list as, if there's a way to get back to the West Coast and be someone's long-term answer as a starting quarterback, that's what I want to do. And it's two guys at different points of their career too. Like Sam just wanted to be in a place where you're going to give me a shot to have some runway to be the starting quarterback there for the next few years. Whereas Geno is sort of at that point a couple of years ago, and now wanted the security of knowing I'm going to be your starting quarterback for the next few years.
What was the tone? I mean, we get to read the quotes from Geno and read sort of your story around it, but as you were talking to him and doing the interview, what was the tone?
I'd say really professional. I think Geno didn't seem pissed off to me. You know what I mean? Like I think Geno's gotten knocked around enough as an NFL player and sort of been to the bottom, and fighting for his spot in the league period, for a couple of years there where like he has a very good, firsthand understanding of the business side of football. And so I don't think any of it, Mike, was like, screw the Seahawks for not giving me the deal. It was just, here's what I'm looking for. And if you can't give it to me, well then, and again, like the word respect makes it sound more personal, but I didn't get the sense that like, he was overly pissed off with John Schneider or Mike McDonald. In fact, like he said he enjoyed playing for Mike last year. You know what I mean? Like I just think this was like two parties that were in different positions, where, the Seahawks, at least contractually, didn't want to break their precedents and wanted to go forward, on a little bit more of a year-to-year basis. And Geno didn't want to hear people questioning him because of his age and wanted to move past the point where he was year-to-year with his team. And obviously he's found the opportunity to do that in Vegas. The raw dollars aren't even that different. You know what I mean? Like that's the interesting part about it. But, he does have a pretty sizable guarantee in the second year of the deal in Vegas, which I think made all the difference in the world for him. And of course, the presence of Pete there is huge too.
Yeah, and that's kind of the intriguing part of it is Sam doesn't have, it's not as if the Seahawks gave Sam another $30 million guarantee the second year, right? In many ways, he's kind of on the deal that Geno was on for 3 years in Seattle. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, Sam does have like a relatively significant guarantee, and the offsets are in there. But I know, like there's an escape hatch if that's what you're asking.
Yes.
Like,
yeah,
they are in a position where they could bail out of the Sam Darnold deal after a year. Sam's in a little bit of a different spot where it's just like, all right, he has this great year he had with Minnesota. And, I think, one thing that's like a little bit of a motivator for him is a lot of people questioning, well, was it Kevin O'Connell? Was it being able to throw to Jordan Addison, Justin Jefferson, TJ Hawkins? And was it, all these different things that were ripe for him in Minnesota? But I think that made it so, like for Sam, it's more, I'm okay proving it. You know what I mean? I'm 28 years old. I'm okay going in and proving it and fighting to hold on to the job and proving that I can be the Seahawks quarterback for the next 5 to 10 years, right? Mm-hmm. Where you can understand psychologically for Geno, he's already done that. You know what I mean? Like he already went through that. So, at the stage of career that he's at, it's more, can I get to a place where I know I'm going to be the starting quarterback for the next couple of years and I can lead the building as such? Wow. And, for Pete, the payoff is Geno knows exactly what Pete's looking for in building that program, right? Mm-hmm. And Geno's like you've talked to Geno, right, guys? Like he's like an evangelist for Pete Carroll, Pete, has now this guy in the building that's going to legitimately be a torchbearer for his program, which I think is the other side of that equation.
Wouldn't say we've talked to Geno a lot. Blocked me on Twitter. I don't say he really doesn't come on the show. So I wouldn't say we talked to him.
You got blocked?
Yeah. I made the unforgivable sin of saying that he wasn't
not sensitive
an elite
to it
franchise
at all.
Quarterback. And
hey,
so,
Bert, Salk's not sensitive to it at all.
It's really sad.
Not sensitive.
You'll probably get blocked soon too. I wouldn't worry about it. He's kind of a sensitive guy. The other side of this is, and just quickly, last thing on Pete, and then we'll see if we can move on. This quote from Geno: "I would call Pete when I got frustrated. He talked me through things. He still coached me, and I think that's what makes him such a special man, is that he was coaching me even when he wasn't my head coach," which is great. It's like vintage Pete. I love it.
Yeah.
Do you think that while all of that coaching was going on, do you think there was any conversation of, I wonder what happens next year if I get back into the league as a head coach? Maybe we could, work together again?
Well, I do know you guys talk to Pete. I can say
that we do. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So
we got
I
a
think
much
you
better
guys
relationship
know,
there.
I think you guys know, that wasn't so much a voluntary exit from Seattle last year.
Right.
And that Pete still felt like he had a lot left to give. I don't think Pete was I don't think Pete was ever on the maybe I'll coach, maybe I won't thing. You know what? I think he was always locked in I want to coach next year. You know what I mean? And I people who were around him will tell you he did something similar to that year he was out after he got fired from the Patriots, where he looked at his program and here's how I'm going to do it the next time, all of that. So I mean, it's hard for me logically to believe that conversation didn't happen. You know what I mean? If Pete is sitting there and saying this is how I'm going to do it next year, and they're talking throughout the year, I mean, I think that would have to naturally come up in conversation, because this probably wasn't just all one way, Pete being, Pete putting Geno on the couch, and saying okay, I'm going to help you through this. There had to be, some back and forth there, hey Pete, how you doing? What are you thinking? So I would think it would naturally come up in conversation, and yeah, I mean, it logically makes sense that conversation would happen. And I mean, it's kind of interesting. The one thing I did think about when I was talking to him through it was I was kind of and when I was writing it, I was you kind of wonder if you're Mike, what it would feel like to be Mike Macdonald in that situation too. You know what I mean? When you hear this stuff and hear that your quarterback was talking to the head coach who you replaced, it's kind of a weird, different dynamic that that I think, like, you know, obviously in most cases doesn't arise, because most times when NFL coaches get fired or leave, they're going to another NFL team, and these sorts of conversations would constitute tampering. But obviously in this case it did.
Bert, we love talking to you for a multitude of reasons, but I think specifically because you have such a global view of the league. Right, Mike and I do this every morning, and we are so hyper-focused on so many things, Seahawks and all these guys and all the stories behind it. You get a little more global view, and I think we asked you this a month ago or so when we chatted with you about DK and everything, and that is the exit. That's the off-ramp. That's the endings for these guys in the league. You know, there was a bunch of folks responding to me on social realms yesterday, like, you know, I'm not happy with the Seahawks, the way they handle this. There's the other side of it's like, this is just the business of it. Just globally, just big picture, 31 other teams. Anybody else do the ending better with their players as they exit, as they move on, as they cut them, as they trade them? Or are the Seahawks pretty fair in that whole deal from your perspective?
Yeah, I would say they're really fair. I mean, I think, like, you know, you look at the DK thing, that thing could have gotten very, very ugly. And you guys know how these things work with like players getting their pride hurt. I mean, you know, these are high level athletes who in a lot of cases, you know, rightfully so, like, feel like, you know, they're the elite of the elite. And so to be told you can't play here anymore can be a tough thing for an athlete to deal with. You know, and I even think to the Russell Wilson thing and like how that could have been really ugly. And I think the last couple of years you saw, I had a pretty good vantage point of like how ugly those situations got in Denver and Pittsburgh with Russ, and how many people were in those buildings were turned off, and like how the exit was really not good. And, you know, then I think of Seattle and like all of the history there and everything that had built up over the years. And like, it actually like was relatively clean, you know, at the end where, you know, the NFL put Russell back in Seattle week 1 of the next year. And I mean, you had some of the older guys saying stuff during that week, but it wasn't like, you know, oh, well, here's everything bad that happened over the last, you know, 5 years, and we're putting all our cards on the table. So I think the Russ one's probably the best example of it, where, you know, now in retrospect, when you look at it, and he's gone from 2 teams, and the way he exited those teams in Denver and Pittsburgh wasn't nearly as clean as the way he exited in Seattle. And obviously he was in Seattle for a lot longer, and there was a lot more of a story to tell there. And there's a lot of stuff that didn't get out, which I think speaks well to like the way the way that the Seahawks handle these things.
Yeah. Fortunately, you know, Doug and Richard and a couple of others had already essentially alerted us.
Well, there are plenty of guys that can fill in the blanks for all of us. I know that. I may or may not work with one of them now.
They had already basically done that job. All right. Hey, we appreciate it, man. Great piece on Geno. It was a great Monday morning quarterback this week as well. Make sure you're reading Bird every single week at the mmqb.com. Thanks, man. Appreciate the time. Great stuff. We'll talk soon.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
There you go. There is Albert Breer, and some good stuff on the exit for Geno Smith and what that looked like. And again, I just disrespect. I get why he says it. I'm not insulting Geno for saying disrespect.
He's entitled to that. And
he is.
That's who he is.
But it's not about respect. It's just about him wanting security, understandably, and the Seahawks saying, we just don't think you're that kind of player at this stage in your career, and that's not where we're going. Good for them. It's exactly what they should have done. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Heward breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
There was one other large personality in that story, and that was Tom Brady, the new partial Raiders owner. What role did he play in this whole thing?
Oh, I think he played a role in the fact that I think Tom just generates so much respect from his peers in the league. And actually, cut number 12 here, Geno was talking about meeting Tom and what he walked away with from that experience.
I got a chance to talk to him. I went to his home and got a chance to just spend about an hour and just talk ball with him and just talk life. And you understand why he is who he is immediately. He takes everything extremely serious. He's a diligent worker and he believes in hard work. And I think we align in that way. And I want to be a sponge. I want to soak up as much knowledge as I can from him. I want to learn as much as I can from him. The greatest quarterback to play the game. I mean, there's so many things that you can learn. And I think the main thing is that I'm here to win and I'm here to do the right things for my teammates just as he did.
So, can you remember in the early years with Pete that Dr. Gervais was around the program a bunch? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Seahawks?
Yeah.
Well, he wrote a book. Someone encouraged me to read it, and I did on my latest flight. It's the first rule of mastery is, and that's the name of the book. And basically the premise of it is how many people have FOPO, fear other people's opinions. There is so much concern about what everybody else thinks in their opinion, and it really affects you. Now, Tom's interesting because he heard the noise, and being a 6th-round pick and that boulder on his shoulder has remained for 3 decades. But the difference with Tom Brady, and I think what guys feel when they're around him, is Tom has no fear of others' opinions. It does not in any way affect and dictate his life and his play and just, and for a lot of people, a lot of players, that position, that quarterback position in particular, that's a hard one. Because a lot of people say, I don't really care what other people think. Well, once you have to say that, you kind of let me in that you do a little bit. You're doing the talking of that. But it's a pretty neat book, and I know that Pete has really utilized a lot of that language. And to me, that's one of Tom Brady's greatest strengths is he hears the noise, but he certainly doesn't let it affect him because he knows exactly who he is and what he is.
All right, question number 2. Jed Fish, Bruce Feldman yesterday essentially called him the quarterback whisperer. How come?
He's excellent with it. I was just watching him at practice too Saturday. I know I gave you some Husky practice takeaways, and I spent a lot of time talking about DeMond. I can't really and shouldn't really talk DeMond without adding Jed Fish into that. And Bruce Feldman's been around Jed for decades and decades. They're pretty good friends. And you look at Jed's track record, Salk, and what he got out of
Jed's
Josh.
book?
Or
something like that?
He wrote Mike Leach's book.
Or Mike Leach's book.
Mike Leach's book. That was another one that he was particularly close to. I don't think Jed's written a book yet.
Okay.
But if he ever does, a memoir, I would guess that Bruce Feldman would be not even the ghostwriter. I think it would be the writer of that sucker. But he, you look at who he has worked with through his years, and he has gotten the best out of those guys. Will Rogers played some pretty good football last year. Josh Rosen played his best football with Jed Fish at UCLA. Noah Fafita, it is not even a question. The guy fell off a cliff, as did that team without Jed. Matt Hasselbeck raves about Jed Fish and their time together with the Seahawks. And he just has that, man, he's just got that way that I think really works with quarterbacks. And that is that way of competency. I've been there, I've done it. A level of just kind of poise. You never see him just attack his quarterbacks, really ever. He's going to criticize privately and he's going to praise publicly. And I do think, man, when it comes to just the traits you need to be a QB whisperer, and even more than that, the track record of doing it with guy after guy after guy with different skill sets, not too many better at the collegiate ranks than Jed Fish.
All right, question number 3. Seahawks bringing in Shaquille Griffin, old friend, for a little visit. How come?
Because this is a funky QB draft, man.
QB?
This is, CB draft. It's a funky QB draft, too. And Shedeur is making it a little bit funky, and all the opinions about him that are just going to continue to boil over the next 15 or 16 days. But it is a kind of a funky corner draft as well. Field Yates, I was just looking at Mel Kiper's final mock that Morris sent to us this morning. Well, he's got the same guy that Field Yates says. Here's Field Yates talking about why he mocked a certain corner, the same guy that Mel Kiper did to the Seattle Seahawks.
If you look at Seattle's cornerback room, it's fine to begin this upcoming season. But we know that Tariq Woolen going into the final year of his rookie contract. Woolen is a guy who's at his best been a Pro Bowl level player, at his worst been a guy that you couldn't quite figure out what his role was in Seattle, what his standing was in Seattle. So a bit of a look-ahead pick here for Mike McDonald, who of course has a defensive background. You can imagine that he wants to make some level of investment in his defense at some point early in the draft. Revel Mel, if the Seahawks can be patient, will be a great value at number 50 overall. If they need him to go right away, there's going to be a bit of an acclimation period for a guy who will be, close to 11 or 11 and a half months removed from that ACL surgery when next season begins. But if you're willing to be patient, the reward is significant for this player.
Yeah, some real risk reward there for that particular player from East Carolina coming off of an ACL last year. Not as much risk when it comes to Shaq Griffin. You know him. The Seahawks know him. The personnel department knows him. I'm pretty confident in saying there won't be a deal for him done before the draft. I think this is come in. This is visit. He's one of the top free agents that's still out there with a resume. And let's just see how this draft plays out. If there's a few guys that could fall to us in a few spots, then Shaq's not going to be a Seattle Seahawk. If after the draft those guys did not fall, the board didn't speak at the appropriate times to them, then maybe there is a possibility of Shaq Griffin being a Seahawk. I'll give you one other name, and we'll let Daniel Jeremiah speak more to this because he texted me about him, Quincy Riley. These corners, and it's funky, Salk, because a lot of them have this, odd track record, like that kid. Right? Torn ACL and everything else. It's Quincy Riley, 3 years at Middle Tennessee State, built himself up to an all-conference player, transfers to Louisville, 3 years at Louisville, finally built himself up to an all-conference player, 6 years of a journey there in college.
Jeez.
Yeah. And you see that with a bunch of these guys. So what exactly am I getting? At the top end, yeah, Travis Hunter, you know what you're getting. The kid out of Michigan, Will Johnson, you know what you're getting.
Mm-hmm.
You get a little bit deeper and you peel the onion back, you get a lot of very, very unique and diverse stories.
All right, good stuff. That is today's Blue 88 every morning at 7:45. 3 good football questions for Brock. I just want one comment that came in here. There were a ton during Albert Breer, and I appreciate it. 509 says, I was a Geno fan, to be honest, but him getting traded, DK getting traded, sounds like it all boils down to what John said. We want players who want to be here. I don't know if that's what I got out of that, I'll be honest. I got much more of we didn't want him at that. Like, Geno didn't want, it's not that he didn't want to be here, it's that he wanted to be here on
his terms.
On his terms.
And the Seahawks wanted him here on their terms.
That's right. Like, I don't know if it's fair to just say, hey, we wanted guys that wanted to be here. Like, yes, that's true. But I think Geno would have wanted to be here if the Seahawks had said, yeah, we're going to give you a 3-year deal with 2 of those years fully guaranteed. Like, he wanted some level of belief that they loved him, that they wanted him here long term. They didn't. They didn't want him here long term. They were okay with the possibility, but they didn't want to commit to that. And I don't blame them one second for that.
I think that's pretty astute by Bert, because really the Sam Darnold deal is what Geno signed after being comeback player of the year. Right? This is what he signed after, he had that 1 year comeback player of the year. Sam has the 1 year, great year. The deal, very, very similar to the one that Geno got then. Right? Sam was willing to sign, and Geno's like, no, I'm not doing that again. And I bet on myself, and I bet on myself, and I bet on myself, and I want more of that reward. So really, in the bottom line, this is just the business of the NFL.
Good stuff. All right. We got another Brock draft profile coming up, and then we switch back to some baseball talk as Jeff Passan joins us for our regular Tuesday conversation at 8:30, brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers. We'll be right back with, what are we on, number 8? 9. 9?
9, I think.
9. All right, that's next on Brock and Salk.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Dreyer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement. Book a free estimate online, and when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. It's Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Oh, wow, honey, I love it. It's so beautiful and so sparkly.
Just like you, Mom. Happy Mother's Day.
I'll wear it every day. It goes with everything.
This Mother's Day, wow Mom with spirit-lifting, outfit-making, express your love jewelry. Shop jtv.com/mom for wow-worthy and budget-friendly styles.
I'm never taking it off.
Another wow factor? Sign up for JTV Text and get $30 off. If she loves jewelry, she'll love JTV.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
We had a Mel Kiper mock today, Brock. His final mock. We're already at Mel's final mock. We're like over 2 weeks out.
Yeah, in his mock, I've got in my top 5. One of the guy he mocked at 18, I got in my top 5.
What about the guy that he mocked at 52? because he had a tackle probably moving to guard at number 18, but then he went with that same cornerback at 50, Siobhan Revelle Jr.
Yeah.
And at 52, Jaden Higgins. Now you've already given us a profile on Jay Higgins from Iowa.
Yeah.
This is Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver from Iowa State. Will he be profiled?
Iowa State wide receiver. He will not be.
Okay.
No, he will not be.
All right.
Jalen Noel I profiled yesterday at number 10, but you know what I'm ready for right now?
I'm ready for 9.
Number 9.
The Seattle Seahawks select.
This is Brock Heward's Draft Profile.
You want traits? Check. You want a vocal leader? Check.
At the end of the day, you have to say, okay, what's best for the organization? Can you make people around you better, and can you bring people together?
Every day leading up to the draft.
You want a unicorn, somebody that's just different than everybody else? Then you want at number 9, Colston Loveland, tight end, University of Michigan, 6'6", 250. And I say unicorn, Salk, because that's where he came from. He came from Gooding, Idaho. Do you know what Gooding, Idaho? We talked about Gooding, Idaho. We talked about Colston a month ago or so. Gooding, Idaho, a population of 3,500 in the state of Idaho. The Gatorade Football Player of the Year from the town of 3,500. The town named after the great Frank R. Gooding, of course, the local sheep rancher.
I thought it was going to be Cuba Gooding.
No, it wasn't Cuba Gooding Jr., nor his character. No, nor his character in Jerry Maguire. No, this was named after Frank R. Gooding, the big-time sheep rancher in Idaho. And I cannot imagine what Colston Loveland looked like playing high school football and basketball and track in the state of Idaho from Gooding, from this little town of Gooding. Like, he's just a unicorn. He's just different. 6'6", 250. And he was different from day one at the University of Michigan. He played as a true freshman there. So coming out of that environment, you think, it's going to take some time, take some development. Nope. When you're 6'6", 250, run 4'7", got 33-inch arms, and, can kind of jump out of the gym, you give yourself an opportunity, especially there at Michigan, to hit the field right away. Played a significant role in their national championship year, undefeated year there with Jim and JJ and all the rest of the boys, and then came back this last year and set a Michigan record. Did so without even playing a complete season with 56 receptions this year. Ultimately got banged up with the shoulder, which is, frankly, a little bit of a concern for me. I'd have to be very, very, very clear on my medicals. So when I get tall guys at 6'6" and long and lanky, that shoulder thing, kind of like Tariq Woolen, to be honest with you. You see that shoulder thing be a little problematic with the physicality. Not known as a run blocker, John Jansen on the airwaves yesterday talking about some of the struggles he has as a run blocker, but there is no struggle as a pass catcher. In a system that's going to feature 12 personnel a lot, I profiled Terrence Ferguson as maybe a third-round pick. This would be your 18th pick because, as John Jansen says, this may be, and he may turn out to be, that next great NFL tight end.
He could be. And, he's got a really good football IQ. And like those other guys, right, and reads defenses, understands where he fits in as a tight end, how the receivers are affecting the coverage. And obviously a defense in the NFL is going to be a little bit more intricate, but he really has that feel of where to sit down, where to run through, some of those some of those zones. And I think he's going to have a hell of an NFL career. And here's the thing is, he's 6'5", he's got long arms, he's got a really nice catch radius. So you can put the ball where only he can get it, and he can actually go get it. So to be able to protect, the quarterback and to be able to protect where that ball goes and have a tight end that can shield the defender with his body, knows where to sit down.
Yeah, and he actually shorted him an inch. He was 6'6" at the combine. It's interesting, Salk. It's the inverse. Like when it comes to Dwayne Brown, these offensive tackles, Charles Cross, you know what you want? You want that 6'5", 320-pound guy that looks like he's 220 pounds, right? You know what you want at tight end? You want a 6'6", 250 guy that's, I guess it is similar, that looks like a 6 foot, 200-pound receiver. That's what he does. He is that big, but he moves that effortlessly with that much fluidity. He would be an unbelievable rebounder in basketball. He could have played in that national title game, I bet you, last night and gone up against those physical guys and rebounded. He's that caliber of guy. And you know what else he is, Salk? On Daniel Jeremiah's big board, not his mock. He just rates and grades, right? His big board. Tyler Warren, number 6. Number 6, the tight end out of Penn State. I'm not profiling him because there's no chance he's there at 18. Colston Loveland, number 7. You asked DJ, like, hey, if Tyler Warren's there at 14 or whatever, do you trade up and get him? Here was DJ's response with Colston Loveland involved.
They're very closely graded. If you told me Loveland was going to fall to me, I'd take Loveland.
Okay.
Number 7, in fact. Who's number 8 on that big board, you may ask? Tyler Warren's number 6. Colston Loveland's number 7. Obviously, Travis and Abdul Carter at the top. Who is number 8 behind Colston Loveland in this big board for Daniel Jeremiah? It's going to be the number 1 pick, Cam Ward. So that tells you some of the grade and the evaluation and the unique skill set of this tight end from Gooding, Idaho to Ann Arbor, Michigan to the Seattle Seahawks, if available there at number 18.
All right, there you go. That is the number 9 draft profile, the tight end, Colston Loveland. Is that who you want at number 18?
You're going to see by my profiles, there's a reason why he's number 9. He's not number 1, nor number 2, nor number 3, nor number 4. So you're going to get a pretty good trend the final week of the draft, which, by the way, folks, is only 16 days away.
2 days. 2 days and 2 weeks and 2 days.
Sheesh. So, yeah, you'll see a trend. Again, because of this system, because 12 personnel, 13 personnel, tight ends are going to be so unbelievably valuable. When you got a unicorn, and he would be a unicorn sitting there, there's a possibility, but only if maybe my number 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all off of the board.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I like tight ends, and
you want him at 18. You go guard at 50, and you go D tackle at 52. I have no problem. Those would be 3 gigantic men. They're different position groups, just big people.
Yeah, I don't think I could argue with that. It's not necessarily the best case scenario, but if you just think one of those guys is so good, whether it's him or in some weird world Tyler Warren drops, I don't think I could be upset, because that should be a tone setter for the type of team you want. The only thing that worries me when you said all this is that he's not a great run blocker.
Right.
And if I'm going to take a tight end at number 18 for a team that says they want to run the ball, you got to be able to do both.
You kind of want him to check every box.
Yeah, I kind of want him to be able to do really, really well in both parts of that game. All right, coming up at 8:30, we will switch back to baseball with Jeff Passan. It was a wild one yesterday, including, Brock, something I've never seen in 46-plus years of watching baseball. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
The idea that there is no middle class of quarterbacks anymore. Is there one this year?
Every day at 7:45.
No second rounders. It's not a thing anymore because of the advantage of that rookie contract and having him for 5 years. Many have reached into that first round to take those guys. I do think it's going to be a little different this year. I would not mind seeing them take a middle round quarterback to push Sam Howell.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Well, on this Tuesday morning, it's obviously some tumultuous financial times out there. Do you want to try to check a box, add a little security, add a little comfort that maybe it hasn't been very stressful and very confusing to your insurance? Then do what Molly and I and my mom and my buddies and my friends have done. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. We heard so many of these First Mark Challenge victories over the years. It saved people so much money. We decided, why don't we do this? And yes, it has saved us money, but geez, the peace of mind that comes knowing you have exactly what you need covered for you and your family. Here's how First Mark goes to work for you. Number 1, they fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. And if you got the right coverage at the right price, they'll tell you that as well, but more than likely you don't. And that's where they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've worked with to find you the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion. Did I mention? It's totally free as well. They're your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families navigate this complicated world of insurance. So don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. As I said, it's totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. Firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
Certified work. Excellence is on the house.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
This year, tee it up at home with Synthetic Turf Northwest. Dial in your yard and your short game is sure to follow. Synthetic Turf Northwest is your synthetic grass expert. Install a custom backyard putting green or just a mud and mow-free lawn the neighbors will envy. They do it all. Residential, commercial, and turf supply. With locations in Woodinville and soon Fife. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Up and down, crazy, bizarre, good and bad kind of game for the Mariners yesterday, but ultimately all's well that ends well, and it ended well because of Jorge Polanco. He came up with a huge 2-run single in the bottom of the 8th that absolutely was necessary for this team to win. Finally getting a hit with runners in scoring position. He drives in both runs, and then Andres Munoz did his job in the top of the 9th. Little help, though. Got a little help from his shortstop.
Munoz looks in, the sign from Cal. Now the stretch, and the 0-2 on the way, swinging a ground ball up the top of the mound. Diving stop beyond the bag by Crawford. From a knee, the throw to first, and it's in time. Wow. Holy smokes, what a play by J.P. Crawford.
It was a great play. The throw, his ability to throw from unusual angles is really incredible.
Yeah, that it was, a lot of folks were sending last night. That throw he made a few years ago, so where literally he was going backwards. I mean, it was just he jumped up backwards, right? And somehow, some way, still had the arm strength to get that ball there. Yesterday to do it from the ground level. Great play by Rowdy as well on the other end of that to dig that. I don't know if the other first baseman on the roster can make that kind of play. Now, Rowdy obviously booted one earlier in the game, so a little make good, a little makeup there. And golly, Salk, that was one they had to really
did,
have.
and man, did it come about in a weird way. Logan Gilbert was great, give him credit. He exits with a 2-1 lead. Santos comes in the 8th. Couple runners on. You eventually get to Yordan Alvarez, and Dan comes out to the mound. Gabe Spire got all the way past the left fielder coming in from the bullpen before he was sent back. Honestly, I've never. So here's Dan's explanation. I've never seen it before.
I thought Santi threw the ball well. He has thrown the ball well for us, and we thought it was a good time to give him the ball there in the 8th, and I thought he did what he had to do. I think with Alvarez there, the thinking was we had first base open. Let's put him on and go after Walker. And again, Santos made a good pitch, got the ground ball, that's all you can ask in that situation. And
so, what do you think happened? Because Dave and Aaron spent quite a bit of time, as I'm sure Rizzer did on the radio too. Because, honestly, I can't fault that actual decision. Would you have rather had him pitching to a cold Christian Walker, who's been, off to a really slow start, struck out a couple times earlier with the bases loaded? Would you, in a forced play, would you rather have him doing that or Spire pitching to Yordan?
I don't know that either of them is a great choice, right? Especially
or just Spire pitching to Christian Walker, which
that's probably what I would have chosen. I think part of the problem you have is that he was a little wild, so loading the bases is not exactly the best situation either.
Okay.
Right? So I think I understand that it's confusing. There's no right answer. I'm not criticizing the decision.
Yeah, because the actual decision, but the mechanics of all of it is worth criticism.
The mechanics of the way by the way, if you're gonna stick with Spire there, why Santos? Why is Spire up?
Why is he almost to the shortstop?
Well, also, why is he even up warming? You've burned Spire now.
Right.
So, if once you're going to get him up, I think I probably would have rather had him in. I don't have a good answer for it. I'm not necessarily second guessing the decision, but I want to know that there is a clear thought behind the decision and not just, hey, I'm going with my gut. That makes me nervous. What's the thinking? And, when the explanation afterwards is, well, Santos is throwing the ball well. No, he wasn't.
Right.
He wasn't throwing the ball well at all. He was throwing the ball terribly. He had no idea where it was going. Cal had no idea where it was going. The only saving grace is that the hitters had really no idea where it was going, and thankfully they were either walking or whatever. But that was...
Yeah.
I've never seen that happen in all of my life watching baseball, not once.
I'm okay intentionally walking Yordan, who's one of the 3 most fearsome hitters on the planet, in my opinion.
And hits lefties well.
Right. I just still probably would have brought in...
Ray.
Yeah. I still probably would have brought in Spire to face Walker. That would have been me.
At that point, I think I just wanted Santos out of the game. It's time for you to be out of the game. You're not pitching very well. And ultimately, it all's well that ends well. As we said, they'll get back to it. They're 4-7. Luis Castillo, the original, against Framber Valdez. Great pitching matchup tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Meanwhile, Victor Robles goes to the IL with a dislocated shoulder. We don't know how long or how severe that will be. Did pop back into place in San Francisco, but they're going to get their imaging details back for more info. Canzone called up in his spot. Going to make that lineup very lefty heavy, so we'll see. Injured pitchers. George Kirby felt good during a couple of bullpens, but no full timetable yet. Brock, you asked earlier, so let me play you Justin Hollander on George Kirby.
George Kirby threw a pen this weekend, felt great. He'll throw 2 pens this week and then begin more of a traditional spring training type game progression at that point. I don't have an exact timeline. Some of it depends on how he feels and how things work through the game situations that he's in. But again, he's tracking well. I anticipate the 2 pens going well this week, and then we'll go from there with game progression.
Does it feel like it's taken a little longer than expected?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I hear that, and a couple bullpens this week, and then he gets into games next week. And the original timeline was late April. He even said yesterday that may be a little ambitious. I mean, everything's probably got to go perfectly for that to happen. But it's still early May, and I think that was late April, early May.
Yeah.
I think was the expectation when they shut him down.
Matt Brash making progress himself, going to throw live BP tomorrow, could start a rehab assignment right after that. He would be huge. He would take away a lot of that confusion last night in the 8th. Troy Taylor has already started his rehab assignment. Jackson Coar's not too far from doing that either. So plenty of good news there on the injured pitching front.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
It was a fun end to the game yesterday, Brock. The last 10 minutes or so I watched the NCAA championship was entertaining. Those two teams kind of going back and forth. Really well-matched, physical type of game. It ended in kind of odd, but I guess good defensive fashion.
Breer, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, short. He won't. He can't touch it. He can't. 1 second, and it's over. Florida's back on top of the college basketball world. Championship madness.
So that guy Sharp did that right after he dribbled the ball off his own knee, right? And when he's trying to drive to the basket, I mean, he's unfortunately going to live with that the rest of his life.
Yes, he is.
Question, maybe I read it wrong. Should he have just jumped into the defender as he was coming down almost on top of him? Get 3 shots?
Could.
Feels like three free throws would have been valuable there.
Or you got to just release it. I was screaming at my TV, you can't wait that long.
Yeah.
You just can't wait that long.
They did kind of...
They burned everything. They took it down to 1 shot. Like, to me, and I get it, on the other side, the Clayton kid has been an absolute serial murderer and finisher, so you didn't want to give him necessarily time and the ball, but that was too much time.
Did they feel like the better team? Should they have just gone for 2?
Necessarily a rebound.
Right. Yeah, I didn't get it. Not a great play in that moment. The Seahawks brought in Shaquille Griffin for a little look-see. He hadn't been here since 2020. Busy ride last couple of years. He's been in Jacksonville, Houston, Carolina, Minnesota, so all over the map. That's everything you need to know, 15:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Jeff Passan is going to join us next. I got a question for Jeff. I don't know that we've ever asked him this question. Maybe we haven't. I just don't remember.
What kind of octave are you going to use? Going to be higher octave, middle octave, lower octave?
Low to ask Jeff. Jeffrey, I've got a question for you. Let's go deep. We're gonna go down low for Jeffrey Passan next on Brock and Salk.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcasts on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper.
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the hope. That's the vision for this club.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes!
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
Well, it's Mike Salk here, and it's a good time to talk about getting yourself in shape for the summer. We are now deep into April, and obviously May, June. Summer's not that far away. Do you want to look and feel your very best? Do what I did and start up with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. We've had texters recently who've said, oh, man, starting my journey. I haven't felt optimistic in a very long time, but I'm finally trying this, and I'm super excited. Thank you. Yeah, best of luck to you and to everybody else who's willing to take this journey, like me, like former big league pitcher, friend of the show, Ryan Rowland-Smith. He lost 30 pounds in just about 60 days. Pretty impressive. Not bad for a former athlete who, used to work out constantly. And then eventually, as you get older, you just can't outwork a bad diet. Well, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic helped Ryan with a plan, one that's going to build long-term habits so that not only you lose the weight, but then you keep it off. It starts with just a 15-minute phone call. You can schedule it at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Join me, join Ryan, join many others. Go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head, was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Eddie's!
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on April 12th and 13th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. SGC, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
The madness is still on at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland to get you the best deals on your new ride. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory with the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home. Fast, all rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, 11 games into this season. What do we make of it? Jeff Passan of ESPN, brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers, joining us now as he does every Tuesday at 8:30. Good morning, Jeff.
Gentlemen, how are you?
I think we're doing pretty well. We watched a bizarre, crazy, up and down, good and bad kind of win last night with Jorge Polanco coming up big, just like the way he was supposed to when they first brought him here a year or so ago, and some unbelievable pitching from ace-like Logan Gilbert and Munoz and some head-scratching decisions. It was just one of those full-scale bizarre baseball games.
I like bizarre baseball games, though. And Jorge Polanco is like the only one hitting right now. If the Mariners don't have him right now, I don't know where they are. Like 4-7 is not great, but I think it could be a lot worse, which is an odd thing to say, but a reality of this team. Like they have not played good baseball to this point, and the frustration's understandable.
They should probably, they should probably be 2-9.
2-9.
Just kind of watching the games and the way the 4 wins have gone, like they should probably be about 2-9. All right, so I'm going to ask you a question.
I was going to say, Mike, when every win you have has been a save from your closer, it's kind of close. It's a little too close for comfort.
All right, should we start with something good or something? Let's start with something
go
fun.
low. You're going to go low.
You want
octave.
my low octave right off the bat?
Yeah, he's going to control his octave level all interview long today.
Jeff, I have a serious question for you. Low octave.
Yeah, I don't. First off, I don't believe you're going to control your octave level, but by all means, please proceed.
Do you believe in situational hitting?
Absolutely.
What does it mean to you?
Situational hitting is understanding the state of game, the state of count, the state of pitcher on the mound, the state of your own swing, and adjusting it all to make sure that you get off your best swing for what the circumstances are, not just your best swing, period.
So help
Those are
me
two different things.
Help me then understand this, Jeffrey. Runners in scoring position. Cal Raleigh is 0 for 10. Luke Raley's 0 for 9. Julio's 0 for 10. JP's 0 for 7. Randy's 1 for 12. Those 5 veteran bats are a combined 1 for 49 with 13 strikeouts.
Jeez.
1 for 49. That's a hitting 0-20. How?
I mean, if we want to take this further, the Mariners have the worst batting average with runners in scoring position in baseball this year at 139. They are slugging 167, also the worst in baseball. And the reality is, I know I don't want to small sample you because I don't like doing that. It feels like a crutch. It feels like a cop out. But we're only 11 games into the season. And I feel like this sort of thing tends to, like runners in scoring position, you have your outliers every year, and the teams that are really good at it sometimes make a playoff run that was unexpected, and teams that are really bad at it might actually be good teams otherwise. But there's no rhyme or reason. There's no method to the madness. No team that I'm aware of has been consistently excellent or poor with runners in scoring position over a multi-year period of time.
Can you check out? You got your computer there.
Hold on,
right?
then I need to jump in here. 2 things. One, whatever you do, Jeff, don't look at those numbers without Jorge Polanco involved. Because if you take his hitting with runners in scoring position out of it, it is.
I think he's 5 for 8 this year. Maybe
Yeah,
I saw 625 at some point.
I think he's got 5 of their 7 hits with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
So I can't even imagine what those numbers go to. But then help me understand this. In one breath, and I'm not criticizing you, to me this is like the dichotomy of baseball. On one hand, situational hitting exists and it matters, and I agree with you. I don't disagree with any part of that answer. On the other hand, runners in scoring position, your batting average, et cetera, is going to just vary and will all eventually kind of come towards the mean. Shouldn't that be the whole purpose of situational hitting mattering?
I mean, it should, yes. It's a conundrum, right? Let's look at last year. Top 5 batting averages with runners in scoring position: Arizona, Kansas City, Texas, San Diego, Milwaukee. The year before, Baltimore, Tampa Bay, Los Angeles, Texas, Chicago. There's one team that is up there every year. Let's go the year before that just to see if the Rangers are still there. Dodgers, Phillies, Astros, Mets, White Sox. I think I've named 13 teams.
Did I hear the Mariners in it? Did I hear Seattle in any of those?
I didn't hear that.
Did I hear Seattle?
But then is it
Seattle?
reasonable to say that situational hitting doesn't really exist?
No, I don't think so. I think the ability to execute in particular situations varies year over year.
Okay.
I think the consistency of guys hitting situationally successfully varies year over year. In the same way that, FIP, fielding independent pitching, which just looks at essentially your strikeouts, your walks, and the home runs you allow. There are some years where guys just give up more homers than others. They maybe in 2024, Logan Gilbert made 50 mistakes and 20 of them were knocked out of the park, and maybe this year he makes 50 mistakes and 10 of them are, just because other guys don't execute like that. It's just the variance of baseball is its beauty, I think. And I don't know that this is going to be a year where the Mariners, with runners in scoring position, are historically atrocious. They sure have been for 11 games, and that's the sort of thing where it comes back to coaching, right? And it comes back to just an extreme emphasis on, hey, we need to understand jobs that need to get done, and we need to go out and execute. And they have not been able to do it at this point. I mean, we talked about strikeouts last week. The strikeouts are down, and that's a nice thing to see. But if you can't come through when it matters, then it doesn't matter. This is not going to be a successful team if they can't hit when there are guys on base. And this is not going to be a successful team if their pitching isn't their guiding light, which it hasn't been so far.
That's a great line, by the way, Jeff. If you can't come through when it matters, then it doesn't matter. That's really well said. Is that the first time you've ever said that, or is that like something you've said? Is that like a Jeff Passanism?
No, that was on the fly.
Wow.
Honestly.
It's well done, Jeffrey.
You're like
well
Yogi
done.
Berra.
You got that computer pulled up in front of you, as I know you do every time you chat with us every Tuesday during the baseball season, and we love it. Would you mind punching some numbers in here, just out of curiosity? 2022, the Mariners make the playoffs. They end the drought. Cal's big home run, right? They win a series. They push the Astros. Where did the Mariners finish with runners in scoring position in 22? And then the last 2 years where they missed the playoffs, obviously, by a game and make some wholesale changes after last season with staff and everything else. Where were they, just out of curiosity, in 2022 as a collective team, and then over the last 2 years?
In 2022, their batting average was 249 and ranked 17th. But if you look at overall offense, and I'm doing that by weighted runs created plus, with runners in scoring position, that includes getting on base, that includes slugging percentage. Their WRC plus was 122, which was fourth in Major League Baseball, Brock. Wow. So I feel like your premise has some teeth to it here. Okay. Batting average in 2023, the Mariners batted 247 with runners in scoring position. That was 20th in MLB. Their WRC plus was 107. That was 10th. So not bad, not great. 2024 batting average. Oh, God, I got to scroll down here. 238, 23rd in MLB. But again, WRC plus, it likes them because they walk, right? And that was 112, which again was 10th in baseball. But I think WRC plus, I feel dumb for using that in this situation because honestly, while I love walks, when you got runners in scoring position, I want hits. I want guys to put the ball in play. I want them to drive runs in. And that's something that this organization, you look last year, it's interesting. When sorted by WRC plus, it also sorts with slugging, right? And the Diamondbacks were number one with a 487 slug. You look at all the teams, the top 17 teams in baseball last year, in terms of WRC plus with runners in scoring position, top 17 teams all had slugging percentages. 16 of the 17 teams had slugging percentages over 400. The only team up there with a slugging percentage under 400 was the Mariners at 383. So not only were they not getting hits last year, they weren't really impacting the ball all that much when they did. And it's the kind of thing that if it stands over a full season, guys, will absolutely kill a team. It's also the kind of thing that I feel like is going to even itself out sooner than later. And it wouldn't surprise me to see the Mariners. I don't know if it's going to happen this week. I don't know if it's going to happen next week. But it would not surprise me to see the Seattle Mariners go on a run because they start getting a little bit better luck in those situations. The average on balls in play with runners in scoring position this year is 175, I believe. It's not good, and that is definitely going to get higher. But I look at this team, and I don't know. I just feel like they got a run in them coming up, and it would be a pretty good time to have it with 2 more games against the Astros and then 3 against the first-place Texas Rangers, who, by the way, have had an even worse offense than the Mariners have this year. They've just, they've managed to make it happen in spite of that.
Yeah. So one of the other interesting things that's kind of come up here in the last, I don't know, maybe week is some of the depth concerns around this roster. George Kirby goes down. Hancock has an issue. They send him down. Some question marks about that. Luis F. Castillo comes up. He pitches in a weird spot, doesn't give them a lot of. All of a sudden, bullpen depth is an issue. Victor Robles makes an unbelievable play the other day. I'm sure you saw the highlight, but unfortunately crashes into a netting that is 320 feet away from home plate, which is just insane to me, but whatever. And ends up, now he's going to miss some time. And the decision on who to bring up afterwards is like, there's not a lot of great ones because of the roster construction and who they've got at AAA. So I guess my question is, how many other teams are in that same spot? If you look around Major League Baseball, what does depth look like, whether it's at the back of rosters or AAA? How many teams can handle losing George Kirby and Victor Robles?
Half dozen, maybe. Depth is hard, man. And depth, the best kind of depth comes from the draft and from international amateur free agent signings. That's when your team is well run. When you have, the injury bug hits like this, and all of a sudden you can go to guys who have come up through your system. Not just, 4A guys who you sign in order to have depth, but actual impact type guys. And I think the Mariners are a year away from having that at the big league level, right? If we look at, I don't mean to, be the anti-wet blanket here and turn things positive, but I look at the Everett roster this year.
Dry blanket, fluffy, extra warm.
My
blanket.
Goodness, like having in the same lineup Colt Emerson and Johnny Farmelo and Michael Arroyo and Laz Montez, and then in the rotation having Senja. I mean, Everett might be the best team in the minor leagues this year. And if you get abhorred by watching the major league roster, then maybe go out to the suburbs because you're going to see good baseball there too. But I think the point is these guys, if they succeed this year, are going to be at AA next year with Emerson potentially, ascending even quicker. And once you're at AA, it's like you could reasonably get called up to the big leagues at that point. Like you're close enough where you can smell the big leagues. And when the Mariners have this sort of injury bug in the future, I think they're going to be able to handle it. But right now it's tough. Right now, I mean, they're going to have to give Rowdy Tellez more or less full-time at-bats at this point, right?
Yes. More or less, yeah.
Well, maybe for the month, and we'll see what Tyler Locklear does at AAA. Maybe for the month.
But I mean, now you're gonna you face a lefty, and now you got to use Tellez, or you got to use Raley, or you got to use Canzone. Like, it gets kind of.
Did I hear? By the way, did I hear Passan call Everett a suburb?
Of
Seattle. Is that fair to Everett?
What would you call it?
I mean, isn't Everett a standalone, very proud city, very. Navy. I mean, seriously, Everett's a suburb of Seattle. I mean, Laurelhurst is a suburb. Mercer Island's a suburb.
Laurelhurst isn't a suburb of Seattle. It's in Seattle.
I don't know if Everett. I think Everett's. I think that's offensive to the Aqua Sox up there, Jeffrey. I'm just saying. I think it's a standalone city.
What do you want me to call it? The city of 100,000 people.
Yeah, why don't you call it Everett? Everett stands on its own 2 feet.
All right? That's enough.
It's not Seattle's little brother. That's all I'm saying.
Brock, let me ask you a question. When did you move to Seattle?
I was born on Capitol Hill in Seattle, Jeffrey. Okay? I was
born
and raised.
I didn't realize that.
You didn't realize that Brock Huard was like a local legend?
Raised in
Gatorade Player of the Year? My God, this is... Jeff, you're talking to a legend.
Deep, Jeffrey.
All right. Well, I probably should have known that, so I'm embarrassed. But I'm going to continue with my point anyway. Let me change the question then.
Okay, please do.
If you were to ask a person who does not live in Seattle, where is Everett, Washington? What percentage of people do you think would be able to identify it as being a city north of Seattle?
I mean, is Lawrence a suburb of Kansas City?
0.
Is Lawrence a suburb of Kansas City? Overland Park's
how far of a drive is Everett from downtown?
What time of day?
Yes.
Without traffic, 30.
Yeah, without traffic.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
Yeah, with traffic, 2 hours.
An hour and a half, maybe. Yeah. Anyway, all right, enough talking about this. Can we get to some baseball? My God.
Yes.
Tell me about the AL West. Texas has been winning. The Angels have been better. The A's have been better. The Astros have not. What are we seeing in this division?
It stinks. It's just not a good division. We have hot takes coming out this week. I think it's running tomorrow on ESPN.com. And here's how bad the AL West is. One of my colleagues is picking the Angels to win the division.
Which colleague is that? We might need to talk to them. That doesn't sound right.
Well, this is hot takes, and we're kind of like trying to trend towards spicy in this situation. Mine is quite spicy, but doesn't necessarily look it. But I'll say this: I feel like the Angels winning the American League West is like a ghost pepper level of spicy. It's like Carolina Reaper, man. They do have the best run differerential in the division. They do have a 4-game lead on the Mariners at this point, so they've gotten off to a nice start. But I said this, at the beginning of the year. I picked Texas to go to the World Series, and I think the Rangers are a good team. They have been winning close games. Their offense hasn't gotten going yet, but I look at that lineup, and I just feel like it's a matter of time before they start hitting. And they've got pitching depth issues as well. So I don't trust the Angels. I look at the Astros, and it's like Jordan Alvarez hasn't done anything so far, and I think he's going to be fine. But it had to be quite a harrowing thing for Astros fans yesterday to go see Alex Bregman win American League Player of the Week and Kyle Tucker win National League Player of the Week. It's a different team, guys. And these are not the Astros that were used to dominating the American League West Division. And it's why I think in spite of this start that the Mariners have had, they're still in a perfectly good position. It's still way too early. And this is a division that I'm not sure is going to take a whole lot more than 86 to 88 wins to capture.
You like the band Boston? More Than a Feeling? You like that song? Yeah. Salk started the show today. He had more than a feeling about Logan Gilbert just being an ace. I mean, you just kind of watch him as we've done, Jeffrey, and we've watched him grow up and develop into this guy. And you do. When he steps on the mound, it's more than a feeling that he's an ace. He is an absolute ace. What do you see in Logan?
I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. And what I appreciate about Logan Gilbert, among many things, is his evolution. When he got drafted, the idea was that his floor is going to be like an innings-eating starter. And that he, regardless of how he evolves, he's going to throw 175-plus innings every year, and it's going to be at least decent. But at least decent was not enough for him. His capacity to learn and his desire to better himself is what has made him into the pitcher that he is now. And it would not in any way, guys, shock me to see Logan Gilbert start the All-Star game for the American League this year. That's how good I think he is. He will get Cy Young votes this year as long as he's healthy, and I think there's a real chance that he could win it. He's one of the best pitchers in baseball, and it's a cool thing to see. And I love his whole mentality. I have been gifted this 6'6", 220-pound frame, and I've been gifted the ability to spin the ball and have touch on off-speed pitches. And I'm not just going to rest on my laurels with what I've got right now. I can get better, so it's my duty to go out and get better, and that's exactly what he's done.
How do you define an ace? Are there specific qualities that you use to define the difference between a number one pitcher and a true ace?
Oh, boy. I mean, I've spent a lot of time talking about this with my buddy Andy McCullough, who works at The Athletic, and Andy literally ranks the aces every year. And this used to be, before they started doing it at the Athletic, this was something that we did like over beers during spring training. Who's an actual ace? What is an actual ace? The definition has just changed so much over time. To me, though, an ace is somebody who throws 200-plus high-quality innings every year. If you're in the consistent 200-plus innings, sub-3 ERA, you are up for acehood. But consistency, to me, is what really defines it. Like, you need to do this year after year after year after year. I'm not going to call Paul Skeens an ace yet because I haven't seen it over enough time. There's just not enough bulk there. After this year, if he does what he did last year with the same or with 75% more innings, then yeah, Paul Skeens is an ace at that point. But I think it is a combination of bulk and quality, and I think it's extraordinarily rare in this game. And I mean, who's on your guys' list of aces?
It's a great question.
Who's an ace?
I was thinking more about just qualities. I don't know exactly who fits all of them, but I like your definition. It's not necessarily the one I would have used. I think it makes perfect sense. I was kind of thinking about it in terms of Logan and some of the qualities that made me call him that. And, there's obviously a stuff element. There's a presence element. There's swagger. There's confidence.
Yep.
Obviously, there's got to be results. There's got to be, I think, some level of intimidation to the other team where, like, they know he's coming. And that's why I think I would put Paul Skeens in there. And then also the ability to do, like, what the situation calls for. Like, do I need to go 7 innings today and save my bullpen? Okay. Do you need me to strike out 10 and be a stopper today? Okay. Like, I'm just going to take the ball and do exactly what this team needs. I don't know how many players fit that description, and it's a lot more subjective than yours. But I don't know. Those were the things that kind of jumped out to me.
I think those are all very reasonable, and it's why it's a fun conversation.
Yeah.
Because ace means something different to everyone. We're not going to have the guys who are throwing 230-plus innings anymore. Like, that's not realistic. There were 4 pitchers last year in Major League Baseball who even reached the 200-inning threshold. And you know who was at the top of that list?
Mr. Logan.
That's exactly right. And Seth Lugo, not an ace. Logan Webb, not a very good, like a number 1 starter in that most teams he pitches for, he's going to be at the top of the rotation. I would say he's a very good number 2. Zach Wheeler to me is the guy. Like year after year.
Ace.
Ace.
He's an ace.
But beyond him, and I'm just looking at innings now.
How about this for a quick definition? Because we got to run, you got to run as well. How about this for a quick definition? An ace is a guy that you absolutely want starting twice in a 5-game series, 3 times in a 7-game series.
Yep.
Like, that's an ace. And if you've got it, then you feel like you're going to win that series.
Yep, I think that's right.
That's going to be my new definition. Thought about it on the fly.
I think Passan's been an ace today.
Yeah, you have been, Jeff.
And that's as good as you've ever been.
And I kept my octave range very even today.
Yep.
You did. I was expecting so much more from you, honestly.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you holding back.
Let's just see how this series in the Texas series
Michael.
go.
I'll tell you what, Jeff. Have you ever seen a reliever walk past the left fielder and then have to return to the bullpen? I've been watching baseball for almost 47 years. Never seen that. Have you?
Have a great Tuesday, Jeff.
Goodbye,
God bless
Jeffrey.
you.
We'll
God
see you
bless
next
America.
week. There is Jeff Passan, our friend from ESPN, joins us every Tuesday at 8:30. All right. We did a good job, right? Everything was very even.
I got to get something off my chest with that ace thing.
Oh,
I got
do?
a couple. Yeah, I got a couple thoughts on that.
We're talking aces next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Geno Smith signing a 2-year, $85.5 million extension with the Raiders.
Good for him, man. He took advantage of a great situation.
Would you have paid Geno that much?
Yeah, my number was around 40. Listen, you got younger, you got cheaper with Sam Darnold. The thing that you don't know is if he's going to be able to repeat that performance that he had last year.
If someone were to say Sam Darnold is going to give you Geno production at way less money, great.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Toyota gives you the power of choice. Now through April 30th, get 4.99 APR financing on a rugged new 25 Tacoma. Excludes TRD Pro and Trail Hunter. Or lease a 24 Tacoma SR5 double cab for $259 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra, a negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Slow drains, backed up toilet, is your main drain or sewer clogged? Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining from a small fix to a major repair, our sewer and camera inspection will show exactly where the problem is. I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. Give us a call or visit
Dayandnight.net.
I guarantee whether Day and Night is your first choice or your smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
If you have a drain that's slow or clogged, call Day and Night. Now you'll save $50 off any drain cleaning. Slow or clogged drains? You know where to go.
Dayandnight.net.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of murder.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Sorry, I'm getting a little distracted. Texts from home. Gertrude, my French bulldog, in a vicious battle with the vacuum, Brock.
Mm-hmm.
Epic battle of good versus evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So hopefully she survives.
By the way,
that.
shocking with Gertie. Shocking to see the level of athleticism with her after Wendell and all the years I spent with Wendell, and just to see it's like the difference between a guard and a receiver.
Yeah.
I mean, she was all over me. She's hopping up nearly to my waist.
Yeah.
That little thing.
Yeah. She's a little spunkier.
And then when you call her Gertrude, it's like me calling you Michael. Gertie versus Gertrude.
Gertie's fine, but Gertrude is much funnier. I got to tell you.
Okay, so what is an ace?
What's an ace?
And then
Did
we're
you
going to
like,
get
what
to
of
what
those
the heck
definitions
happened
did you
last night.
like?
Well, to me, a little broader even. I'll take this like not even looking at a number. And God bless you, Luke Arkins. And I appreciate you messaging me. And, Logan Splitter is arguably the best pitch in all of baseball. Like the numbers behind that. And I think Lyle digs into those numbers like Luke. It's insane. The swing and the miss, the lack of damage. You can't hit his split finger to go along with everything else. But an ace to me is kind of, the difference between a face card and an ace. Right? There's face cards, and then that ace gets hammered down on the blackjack table, and that's 11, and those others are 10. Like, that's the difference between the 1 and the ace. And I think of it, too, like football. There's a Peyton Manning, a Tom Brady, there's a Lamar Jackson, a Josh Allen, a Joe Burrow, and when they come into your stadium, everybody knows it. Your team knows it. The opposing team knows it. The fans know it. Like, oh, goodness gracious. We are in for it today. And the home team and the home fans are like, I am so glad you're in my huddle. Right? And just kind of like in football, how many aces are there? 3, 4, 5, maybe that kind of fit that. And in today's game, and it's probably, it maybe extends a little further in baseball than 3, 4, 5, right? Because each team's got 5 pitchers, so you got a lot of different arms. But Logan is, if not on that list, he is very much nearing that list.
I think that's fair. I mean, again, it's pretty subjective, and I that's why I didn't really go with Jeff's definition of the combination of stuff and success and innings. Like, yeah, all that is true, but I'm much closer to your feeling of like, you got to know. You just have to feel it.
Kind of that it factor. Like
and Logan's starting to have it.
Felix was an ace.
Felix was an ace.
In those 4 or 5 years in his total prime, he was an absolute ace.
I think that's why I was saying what I was saying at the end of like, hey, if you're going to face, like, why was Paul Skeens an ace? Because even the Dodgers, as good as they are, don't want to face him twice in a 5-game series.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's going to give them an opportunity to lose 2 games.
So is the guy coming in for Houston today, Framber Valdez, is he an ace?
So it's funny you asked that.
He's kind of on the edge of that.
Funny how, Lyle? Funny like a clown? Funny like a
kind of on the edge of ace.
Funny how?
Is he the ace of spades?
Let's go with that, yeah. No, it's funny you asked that because during the break, I was trying to quickly, just kind of off the cuff, think about who aces are in baseball. And I put Framber in the list of not ace, but just number 1.
Yeah.
The 8 aces I wrote down, you guys can tell me how you think I did. I put Logan in there, and then Paul Skeens, Tarek Skubal, Chris Sale, Corbin Burns, Zach Wheeler, Logan Webb, Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole when he's healthy.
Can't disagree with any of those. Every one of those you know by name. Every one of those, they're on the mound. You're like, oh, gosh, we're in for this.
Spencer Strider, when healthy.
Yeah, I think he's got to do it for just a little bit longer because he had 1 big year and then got hurt. But he is really good.
When healthy, I think you got to put Spencer Strider on there. That dude's unbelievable.
Sure. I mean, and there's a totally fair argument for that. And then it was just like the next tier guys I wrote: Framber, Cole Reagans, Dylan Cease, Hunter Green, Yamamoto.
Yeah, I think all of that sounds pretty accurate.
Yep.
I mean, I haven't done the research to go through every team and try to figure, but that sounds right. I mean, those are all guys that should be up for the Cy Young Award.
Any Angels on there? Picked to win the AL West? Any Angels on there?
Any Angels?
No.
Sorry, I thought we'd play some Ace of Base while we were at it.
Since you watched Stand By Me with your kids a little while ago.
Ace?
Wasn't Ace? Oh, I hated that guy. Wasn't he the biggest
Kiefer?
bully? Wasn't he
Kiefer
Kiefer
Sutherland.
Oh, I couldn't stand him.
Really?
He's
a great character, though.
He was a great character. I want to pummel Ace in that movie. Could not stand that guy.
Oh, that's all right. I mean, Gordy kind of shut him down at the end.
Okay,
when he
so
really needed to.
so what happened last night, Salky? We've had a couple hours. You've had last night in real time. We all reacted to it. Aaron and Valley reacted to it. They went to commercial trying to describe what in the heck happened, why they come back from commercial, and Santos is out there. By the way, is that a do-rag he's got on his head, under his hat? What is it, bandana?
Sure.
What is that
Don't
he's
know.
wearing? Don't know. I think he's the only one in baseball I've seen with that like bandana thing. So he's still on the mound, and then Rude shows the video of Spire running past Randy Arozarena, and I think they even waved at each other, and then he just hot tails it right back at what, like if you were to try to figure out, was it miscommunication? Was it a gut feeling that Dan had from the time he left the dugout? Because he never did.
I really don't know, man.
He never did put up his hand, right?
He didn't.
He never
honestly,
did signal to the southpaw. Let's
Brock,
bring in the southpaw.
I don't have a clue. I have no idea what happened because I've never seen it happen before. And Dan's answer of, well, Santos was pitching well is just not true.
Is it possible that he went out there and he wanted to look at Santos? Because I've heard that before.
Sure.
Haven't you heard that? Haven't we seen that?
Possible.
Where you get out there, but usually the reliever hasn't run on the field at that point. You may say to somebody, Maniac, your bench coach or whatever, hey, call the bullpen and let them know I may go to him, but I got to go see my guy. I got to go look at Santos. I got to go feel him. I got to feel the guys on the mountain. That happens, right?
I
That's
really,
not out of school.
want to give you an answer here. I really would love to tell you. I have no clue. I've never seen it happen.
Okay.
It was bizarre. They went to break, and I got a text from Shannon like, Spire's running back, and I was like, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. They're at a commercial. What do you mean?
Right.
And then like I figured it out obviously, and I texted back. And I was like, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. They went to break. The reliever was running in from the outfield.
Only thing you've never seen is that component, because you've seen managers go to the mound to get a read and feel for their guy.
Of course, you've seen that, but I've not often. By the way, it's very rare for a manager to go to the mound.
Yeah, it feels like that was our upbringing kind of thing.
It's very rare for a manager to go to the mound and not lift the pitcher.
Yeah.
Generally, it's only the pitching coach's job to do that. It's not that it never happens, but it's very rare. During those times where it does happen, I cannot tell you I have ever seen the reliever have to turn around. Yeah. Thank God he wasn't in the old bullpen cart. They would have had to you'd have heard the reverse lights.
Yeah.
Beep, 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 like he'd have been reversing back.
Or they just spin out, do you strong U-turn right
Also a
back
possibility,
into it.
Brock. Yes, we could have ended up seeing donuts done in left field. Poor Randy wouldn't have known what to do at that point.
Yeah.
I don't know. And then there were some real questions raised by, I saw from texters and I think from folks on the Brock, like, did Santos check out after that? Like, yeah, I'm going out of the game. They're bringing in the lefty.
Right.
Dan Wilson's coming out.
Right.
I
And
just,
then you got to ramp back up, and yeah.
Dan didn't necessarily signal for the lefty, so that obviously did not occur. We didn't see him do the hand gesture, but
yeah.
I don't have an answer for you other than that I've never seen it before, and I really hope to never see it again. I don't think that's the type of thing that you want to be doing, and I'd be very curious to know how both Santos and Spire felt about that entire situation in their heart
I think
of
they
hearts.
both probably bought beers for Polanco last night,
I would think-
especially Mr. Santos, maybe Dan.
And maybe Dan.
Yeah.
I think Dan might have had a special steak dinner for.
Yeah.
I said that at 6 o'clock. Like, yeah, here you go. Extra little dinner for Jorge, maybe one for Andres, one for JP. Here's one for Miles Masterboni for taking a walk in a weird situation where he's pinch hitting. Let's just forget about all the other stuff and concentrate on the positive. Look over here, not over here. Look over here, not over here. And all right, we'll come back with everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal. Fighting for you.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161. We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on April 12th and 13th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. SGC, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, Brock, I still don't have an answer for you. I appreciate all your questions about the way that game ended last night, especially in the 8th inning. I don't really have answers, so let's focus on the things we do know, and that starts with Logan Gilbert. Absolute dominance. Why were we talking about the qualities that define an ace pitcher? Because he had exactly that last night.
Another beautiful slider. Down goes Paredes. Strikeout number 7 for Logan Gilbert.
Yeah, he was excellent, and it was the splitter that was getting it done.
Yeah, I felt like I threw the good ones when I needed them. Getting ahead, getting the 2 strikes gives us freedom to throw it a lot more. We threw some before 2 strikes too, but it's been feeling good. Felt like I threw some good ones and got some swing and miss in good parts of the zone.
Complete dominance from Logan. Tremendous at bat late in the game from Jorge Polanco. And lost in that is the fact that in another anemic offensive night, Ryan Bliss came up big.
Pitch swung on. Blasted. Left field. And it's on the way. It has a chance. It is gone. Ryan Bliss. 2-run home run into the Mariners bullpen.
Like Altuve, another short second baseman, he got a little pop to him. It's not Altuve level pop just yet, but he's got a little pop for a little guy.
Well, they both swing the bat ferociously.
That's true.
I mean, they are like that little golfer that you play with, Salk, when you're in DuPont, you get matched up with somebody that's, 5'6", 130, and just swings out of his shoes and just hits bombs. They just have a way of doing that. I'll say this, too. Here's 2 other quick little things. When it comes to that ace conversation, if you're Houston and the Mariners have been on the other end of this through the years facing different aces, all you're hoping to do is get this guy the heck out of the game. Can I find a way to drive up his pitch count and just get him out of the game? That was really the only thing the Astros could do.
Especially their 2 best hitters, right? I mean, isn't that exactly what both Altuve and Alvarez did last night?
100%. Yeah. And then when it comes to Bliss, man, I don't know if there's a Mariner lately, just his charisma, his smile, that you just root for. And he's a little guy, like, just be good. It'd be so awesome if we got a piece back in the trade. And he was a former, second rounder coming out, so he was not, some late round guy. And by the way, his defense through 11 games.
Been pretty good.
It's been pretty natural, too. He goes back on that fly ball last night, and Julio kind of smiles at him like that angle was great. He's made every play hit to him so far. He's been super solid there.
Quick note on defense.
Just find a way to hit.
How about that throw Julio made last night? Dude didn't end up running from third, but that was a strike. I mean, literally,
was it a
strike.
seed, a dart, or a dot?
Well, it was literally a strike thrown from center field. Like if on TrackMan or whatever, like it would have been the pitch tracer would have called it a strike.
97 miles an hour from 60, 120, 180, about 200 feet.
Pretty amazing. Mariners get back to 4-7. Luis Castillo against Framber Valdez tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Other Mariner news. Let's see. Victor Robles, IL with a shoulder.
Robles.
What?
Why are you calling him Robles?
Paso Robles? I think in my mind.
It's Robles.
I'd like to go to Paso.
Salk, it's Robles.
Is it? What's his
name?
name?
Not Robles. Twice today you've called him Victor Robles.
I didn't mean to.
It's not Barney Rubble.
I know it's Robles.
And it's not Robles.
Why you got to jump in and correct me? Why can't you just let it go? Why can't you just let it be? Is it because of what I said to you during the break?
Maybe.
That's because I called you names.
Robles.
All right. Anyway, he's got a bum shoulder, that's for sure. That thing popped right out of the joint. We don't know how severe, how long it's going to take. But, yeah, Dominic
He was in that
Canzo.
brace yesterday. You see that in the dugout?
Well, you would think you'd almost have to be, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember when Mel Gibson was able to get out of that thing in
Lethal Weapon 4?
Yeah, Lethal Weapon
3,
2. Yeah, he showed them early how he could get out of the straitjacket, and then it ended up working later when he was underwater. It's the only way he could get out. Then he took that guy's head and bashed it into the car door like 100 times.
I mean, I've seen guys dislocate their shoulder in football, Salk. They pop it in, they keep playing.
But not on purpose.
No.
He could do it on purpose.
So you can have a dislocation and not tear everything and not, it'll be... I hope we get a little bit of an update.
I think you can
MRI
swing
was
a
yesterday.
bat, though, within like a couple of weeks?
We'll see.
Seems hard to imagine. George Kirby feeling better. Maybe return probably, I would guess, early May. Matt Brash making progress with a live BP scheduled for tomorrow. Rehab assignment hopefully after that. Troy Taylor coming back soon. Jackson Kowar making progress.
Have I told you how much I love Hollander reading his little paper with all
I know.
the updates on these guys?
It's funny. Hey, don't sleep on Jackson Kowar. For all the guys that we've talked about that are more familiar, that dude has some really good stuff, and I'm looking forward to his return if and when it comes here in another month or so. No, he's a righty.
He's a righty.
Hard-throwing righty. It's like another one of those like typical hard-throwing tall right-handers. Kind of fun to watch.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Florida wins last night. Congratulations to... so they are... What did I read? They're the only school with 3 college basketball men's college basketball championships and 3 football championships. Is that right? The only school with 3 of each?
That sounds about right.
I can't think of who else it would be.
Most are football schools or most are basketball schools.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, is that in a certain time frame or is that ever?
I think it's ever.
Ever?
Now, again, I just...
You're talking ever?
Forever? Yeah, I think so.
Ever?
Yeah.
Really? Huh. That sounds about right, but I'm always, a little concerned, like the 1940s Notre Dame, 4 titles. And
has Notre Dame ever had that kind of success from a basketball standpoint, though? I don't think they've ever won a national championship.
Yeah.
I don't think USC's ever won a national championship for basketball.
Yeah.
At least not that I know of. Certainly not enough to do it 3 times.
Does this go back to the Ivies? Like in
well,
the
maybe if you want to go back to the Ivies.
In
All
the
right.
aughts?
Fair. All right. That's everything you need to know.
What would Clayton call them? The 2-0? Clayton had a funny way of saying 20. He wouldn't say 2010, 2
No,
0,
he would call it...
Like 210, 213.
Yeah. Of course, back in 2013, Seahawks had a choice to make back in 2012. John, do you mean 2012? Yeah,
that would really bother some people, too. Like, we'd get texts in it.
It was
Tell
really
him
bizarre.
not to do that.
Nobody else ever said that. He's the only person who's ever said that.
It's John Clayton.
Well, of course, this deal's going to run through 233, and actually, the new Vlad Guerrero deal actually won't be done until 238. 238? Like, what? What do you mean, John?
I missed that.
Yeah, but also, too, there's some language in there, some offset language. All right, Geno Smith. Brock, we got to learn a lot
His
more.
deal is going to run through 226.
Yes, his exit had a lot to do not only with the years, 226, 227, but also the amount of guaranteed money in there. He made some statements, both to Albert Breer and publicly yesterday, that raised great questions about why the Seahawks moved on, but also about what last year must have been like. It's coming up next on Brock. Oh, shoot, I got to do something else.
Yes.
Oh, my God, I'm so sorry. Wait, don't turn off the radio.
No, Mike,
hold on. Wait, everybody, wait. We got to answer the question, jerk. My bad. I forgot. I'm sorry, Brock. I remembered at the last minute.
Okay.
Any question you guys got, we will answer your
866-979-3776.
That's the number.
866-979-3776.
Please send us some questions. We will answer them. Any question on any subject. I'm going to sit right here during the entire break and write out every question you guys have. Well, at least copy and paste it into a document so that we're ready to answer them at 9:45. I'm sorry I haven't given you enough warning. So please think of something quickly and send us some great questions, or else the last 10 minutes of the show are going to stink. 866-979-3776. It's Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Abe Luke is going to be the most important player on this offense. Why? Because when he is available and he is playing, him and Charles Cross are going to hold it down. It's all about keeping the band together. And the band has been split up a lot over the past couple of years, right? We saw rookies play tackle. We saw rookies play guard. But when Abe and Charles Cross are playing together, those bookends hold it down. It's Abe Lucas, man.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, getting close to summer, and the summer concert series at Snoqualmie Casino is going to be great. Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD. All this summer, you can get tickets at snocasino.com. Yes, luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. That's where comfort meets elegance with the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining, and yes, the entertainment. Again, get tickets, details at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The madness is still on at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland to get you the best deals on your new ride. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory with the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Lowe's knows how to help pros save. That's why the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards program lets you unlock exclusive member deals on the things you need every day on the job. Plus, MyLowe's Pro Rewards members can get volume discounts on eligible orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning?
RV wins!
Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast?
RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Right now, have ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay zero down with zero interest and zero payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Goodbye, winter mud. Hello, Dream Yard. Spring is here. Synthetic Turf Northwest has you covered. No more soggy lawns or weekend yard work. Just green, clean, and ready for backyard barbecues, wiffle ball, or kicking back. Synthetic Turf Northwest, the area leader in synthetic grass, residential and commercial installs, plus turf supplies out of our Woodinville warehouse, and soon in Fife, right off I-5. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To Keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Apparently the last-minute question asking, Brock, worked, or question soliciting. Yeah. Unbelievable group of questions today.
What?
I mean, like, tons of them, and there's a lot of really good ones.
Maybe you need to put the people under pressure more often.
Apparently, yes. Yeah. Situational question asking, I guess, is the way all of this works. We spent a lot of time earlier, Brock, talking through this Geno Smith stuff, and the word that he used was disrespect. He felt disrespected. I'm really struggling with that word. I just don't feel like it's accurate. I don't think he's been disrespected. I think that the Seahawks didn't want to commit to him long term, and so he's frustrated because he's not getting that comfort, that security that comes with a longer-term deal. But he was offered roughly the same amount of money that they ended up giving to Sam Darnold and that he ended up getting in Vegas. Mm-hmm. He just didn't get it guaranteed past the first year. And it's why this comment from Geno is not quite sitting right with me.
Not in a cocky or arrogant way, but I just feel that I'm one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. I'm out to go out there and prove it. I want to prove it to my teammates every day. I want to prove it to the organization every day. And then when the product goes out there on Sunday, I want to make sure that I'm one of the best.
Mm-hmm. No, you don't. You don't want to prove it. You feel like you've already proven it. And maybe that's hard to say, and maybe you sound like a jerk if you say it. And so this is not fair because I'd probably be sitting here ripping him if he had said that. I'd be like, yeah, no, you haven't. Mm-hmm. But whatever. I guess the point I'm trying to make is, no, you're saying you don't want to prove it anymore, and you might be right about that. You might be in a spot in your career where you shouldn't have to, but you don't want to prove it anymore. You want it to be given to you now for the next few years in response to what you've already done in your career. That's the disrespect that I think he's trying to insinuate.
Yeah, and I am sure there are many employees out there in their different workplaces all across Puget Sound, and our wonderful listeners all the way over there in Ireland. What's our buddy's name over there in
James.
Ireland? Yeah, even James over there in Ireland. That's a shout out to you, James, this morning. Employees all over the place that are like, been down this road with their employer, especially if they, are in an employee work situation where there's negotiations, where there's contracts, where there's, hey, I feel like my work has been worthy of X in this field and in the NFL, in this, my last year in the NFL. I've told this story many times, a negotiation I had with one Mike Holmgren. And, I just was like, hey, man, Indianapolis is willing to guarantee my minimum salary, which I think at that time was like $450 or $500 or something like that. Like they were willing to guarantee $500 of my $600,000 in my 6-year veteran minimum, and that's all I'm asking for. I'm just asking for you to do what Indianapolis was willing to do. And, there was some huffing and puffing and all sorts of, and then in the end, they ended up kind of matching what Indy did. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of workers are out there like, hey, man, I've done this. I performed for you. I shouldn't have to be. Why do I have to continue to be in prove it mode for you?
And I don't necessarily blame Geno for that. I'm not. I'm not ripping Geno for having that view.
That should be his view.
Absolutely.
That should absolutely
I feel that way. Like, yeah, I've been here for 16 years. I want a contract that says that I'm,
and you know what
the market
conditions? You know what the market conditions allowed the Seahawks to do? Like, I don't think either side is wrong here. I appreciated a lot of the.
I agree with you.
Yeah, the sentiments last night that I was reading. It's just certainly there's fringe on both sides. They're like, "Shut up, Geno! Disrespect." Blah, blah, blah. And the other side's like, "Shut up!" But in the middle is like, "Hey, man, this is the way it works." The Seahawks have a market condition and had a favorable market condition where somebody much like Geno, coming off of a great year and 7 years younger, that they believe can do everything Geno can do and do it at 27, 28 with a longer runway. Like they had that market condition. And Geno had Pete Carroll. a confidant, someone that believes in him, someone that affirms him in ways, that very few ever have in his life playing quarterback.
Yeah, I just don't think I think he's just using the wrong word. I just don't believe that's disrespect. For them to look at it and say, hey, we're going to make a business decision and we got to stay more nimble. We've got to be more flexible. You're getting older and you didn't, find this part of your game until you were at this age and you haven't won a playoff game. Like, yeah, you've been a good quarterback. I understand why you think you want it all guaranteed, but it hasn't worked out for us. We need to win playoff games in order for this to be worthwhile, and you haven't proven to us yet that you can do that. So until you do, sorry, buddy, but we're sticking on this one-year deal.
Yep.
And so I think the Seahawks did the right thing, and I'm glad it answers this question of, who did what, who precipitated this? The Seahawks did. Yeah, John says, and I'm not saying he's wrong. We want guys that want to be here. Obviously, after all that, Geno probably didn't want to be here because of what he felt was disrespect. But ultimately, the Seahawks were smart. Ultimately, the Seahawks were savvy. Ultimately, the Seahawks said, we're not going down that road. Sorry.
It's a word you used earlier, and it's the word that I think you hear a lot in business 101, business ease, and that is nimble. I think typically great, thriving businesses tend to be more nimble. And when market conditions change, they can react to it. Boston Celtics, by the way, I think a pretty great example of this. Of, even amidst their run and their winning and everything, pretty nimble to move on from pieces. The New England Patriots under Bill Belichick, I think you could point to many different guys through the years, including their stud defensive tackle that you thought there is no way you can let that unicorn out the door, right? But to be nimble enough to move on before guys are fully done. I think, is there a lesson that was learned maybe in the end run with the Seahawks? Were they nimble enough? Did they move on enough from Earl and Cam and Richard and all those guys early enough? Or did they hang on to them and pay all of them? And if they could go back, could they have been a little more maybe nimble in some of these situations? I don't know.
I would hope so. I mean, I think that's the goal, is to keep yourself in a spot where you're doing what's best for the team at all times and keeping your options open in a game where things can change in a hurry and people go from great to not great very fast.
Very fast.
So the other part of this conversation involves the whole Geno calling Pete Carroll over the course of the year, venting some frustrations, and then, Pete was just a great confidant there, and obviously just, patting him on the back and keeping him.
Can you imagine Howdy doing this, by the way? He'd go in that back room and he'd do these conversations.
Of course he would. Like, what was that actually like? That's pretty funny. But it Maura brought this up yesterday after we read the article that essentially, it made her think back to the comments that DK made that he and Tyler kind of felt like outsiders last year. And she asked a good question. Why did they feel like outsiders? And if you want to throw Geno onto that as well, the three, big names that are no longer back, Tyler, Geno, and DK, was some of that of their own doing? Did they in some ways make themselves outsiders? Is that the question you're asking, Maura?
Yeah, well, when you hear that he's venting his frustrations to the former coach, it seems like maybe they were having some trouble letting go of the former Seahawks. And again, I don't know that anyone's to blame. Salk and I were talking off air yesterday about how we've all had changes at our workplace where people go that you don't want to see go to, and it's hard. And so maybe they were struggling with that, but then does that mean that you were fully giving Mike McDonald's regime the chance that it deserved? Or were you kind of putting yourself in that outsider box?
I think that is the most relatable thing about this whole scenario. Like, everyone can relate to that. When, your boss who you like ends up either getting fired or quitting or moving on, whatever the case is, and somebody else comes in and you're like, man, new guy's okay, new gal's okay, but I really miss my boss. Like, I just developed a connection, and like there's something there. Yeah,
and those three had the deepest roots with Pete, right, on the entire roster.
Pretty close.
You're talking DK, Tyler for a decade, DK for 6 years, Geno
other
for
than maybe
6 years.
Jaron Reed, and we're certainly right there.
And Mike McDonald and Pete Carroll are very different.
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
That's
it'd be
tough.
interesting to see what those three. I would imagine. I don't know. It's interesting. Would those three have all graded Mike the A that he was on the NFLPA report?
I don't know what they would have graded him, and I'm not. I mean, who knows? But I think Maura raises an almost an even better question of like, did they ever really give him a shot? Did they? Or they would say they did. Like, yeah, of course I did. But are you fully giving him a shot if every time you've got complaints, you run back to your previous coach who's got a different mentality and was let go the year earlier and are like, yeah, this is going on, this is going on. I don't know the exact nature of those conversations, but it does make you wonder, how challenging last year was for Mike and for those players. My mind goes to, hey, look, if there was any part of those three guys that wasn't fully bought in, then good for Mike Macdonald, because now he's getting really his fresh start. And we talked about this. We knew this was the case last year, that he was inheriting so much of Pete. And such a big part of his job last year wasn't just to win games. It was to establish his own culture, that this is my place now. It's no longer Pete Carroll's.
We were talking about a bolted-in basketball hoop at this time.
That's right. And the bolted hoop left. Let's be clear. I'm not sure it's such a huge surprise that Tyler Lockett, Geno Smith, and DK Metcalf, it took a while longer because you couldn't just send them out with the hoop, but I'm not that surprised, and nobody should be, that ultimately they both went the same way.
Yeah. Because A, of longevity in those connective tissues that were there. B, because, really all of them had contract situations as well that they were going to be up against, right? You didn't have 3 or 4 more years of DK. He hadn't just been re-signed. He was coming up on the final year of his deal. Geno was coming up on the final year of his deal, right? Tyler was up on his coming up on the final year of his deal. So throw that kind of just pure business of the NFL along with all of that background and all of those ties to Pete. And, I think in DK, like that connective tissue is real, right? That those tears and those hugs, and you came for me and you believed in me. And for Geno, who said it repeatedly, like, this guy believed in me, man. He believed in me more than anybody else ever has, and what that's meant to resurrect my career. Those two in particular, you're right, probably shouldn't be surprising.
And good for Mike. I mean, honestly, that should be, I think, a really hopeful thing for the future. I mean, I got questions, obviously, about what they're doing along the offensive line. But other than that, the idea that Mike Macdonald is going to get to do it his way, without the leftovers, without the holdovers, without some folks that maybe weren't. And when John says we want guys that want to be here, again, I sort of poo-pooed that a little bit earlier because I don't feel like that's that's what the Geno thing was all about. But that doesn't make it not true.
And by the way,
right? Like, doesn't Mike Macdonald want guys, not that they don't want to be here, but that are all in?
Yes.
That are like, yeah, no, I'm part of this regime, not still holding some allegiance to what went on here just a year ago.
And again, last thing here, because you got some great questions.
I do.
My mind goes to what Mike Mayock said to us a month ago about 25 of 32 organizations that don't have that kind of alignment. And you know what 25 of 32 probably do in this spot? We've got a good quarterback. He is a good quarterback. We keep him. Right, we got a stud. We don't let talent out the door. We keep DK. We'll just find a way to make it work. You got to find because that's just talent and that's experience and it's more comfortable, Salk. And there's a known commodity to it, and there's a bird in hand versus Mike Macdonald. I think has expressed and has shown a bit of a spine, a bit of a nope. I'm going to do it this way, and I want my kind of guys here.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk!
Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
All right, I promised a lot of good questions, so here we go. We'll jump right into them. Brock, answer the question, jerk. Is Everett a suburb of Seattle?
No, it's a standalone.
From Aaron in Puyallup.
Is Tacoma a suburb of Seattle? No, it's a standalone.
So I'm going to tell you, I think the answer is yes.
It's a standalone. How dare you disrespect the meth heads up in Everett? That is disrespectful.
Brock.
To the gas stations that close at 11 o'clock, as Wassel told us.
I'm going to give you my definition. You're not a standalone city unless you have your own media market.
The Everett Herald.
You got to have your own TV stations.
Move on.
Lots of suburbs have like the Metro West, whatever.
Does Tacoma have its own news stations? So is Tacoma, you calling Tacoma a suburb?
Does Tacoma have its own TV stations? No, it's a suburb. It's part of a suburb of Seattle.
Oh, you watch your freaking
It is.
mouth.
Like that's how I view it. You're part of the Seattle media market.
Oh my gosh.
I understand Bellevue and Tacoma and Everett are bigger cities. But you're part of the Seattle media market.
It's disrespectful.
Yeah, it's not. That's just how it is.
It is. It is disrespectful.
Well, I'm going with.
It's terrible.
Now, sometimes you hear it referred to as the Seattle-Tacoma market. In that regard, I guess maybe you could say Tacoma's not a suburb.
SeaTac Airport, Michael.
Yeah, that's a name. That's a name.
Seattle, Tacoma.
I'm going to say Tacoma. It's the Seattle-Tacoma market. I would say Tacoma's a city. Bellevue and Everett, unfortunately.
What do you think,
Everett?
Everett?
Go with suburbs.
What do you think, people of Everett? Do you think you're a suburb of Seattle?
That's how it goes. I don't make the rules. It's just what
like
it is.
Saltwater, freshwater, our version.
No, that was the complete misunderstanding of what and how water works. Jerks, why don't you ever discuss racing of any kind? F1, SMX, NASCAR, etc.
BMX.
I'll give you an easy answer. Because not enough people are interested in it. You're interested in it, which is great, but not enough other people are interested in it. That's what podcasts are for.
Yep.
If you're interested in one very specific niche item that's not particularly interesting to a large group of people,
NASCAR truck racing,
that's what podcasts are for. Appreciate your listening. Probably not going to change. Sweet or savory for breakfast?
Savory for me.
That's right.
Bacon, sausage. Yeah.
But if you want to throw a little pancake or waffle or something at the end, like, I don't mind a little extra.
I don't like the Vermont maple flavored sausage. No, I want sage or.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
No, I'm going sweet. Like,
Really?
if you're not caring about like what you're eating for breakfast,
Lyle,
it's just
let's
like
be clear.
How
you don't
often do you
eat
do that,
breakfast.
Right.
Lyle,
When's the
you
last time you
fast.
had, like, a
You're
big
worried about your
breakfast?
body fat. You don't eat chicken thighs. You told me because they're too fatty.
Chicken
Stop
thighs
it.
are really good.
Yeah, you don't get to weigh in on this, Lyle. Sorry.
Jerks, do you think Robles will be able to dislocate his shoulder on cue and escape from his Randy folded arm giveaway hoodie at will?
That's really good.
Yeah, that's a
really
callback
good.
from a few days ago. We were talking about how that was going to be like the scene in Lethal Weapon, so like a straitjacket.
And that hoodie is going to be a straight jacket
Right.
hoodie. Like a germ's tie.
Pretty funny.
It's a great listener question. Good job.
Jerks, who's more important to the Seahawks' success this year, JSN or Ken Walker? You seen Ken Walker? I think JSN.
I would say JSN.
I'm not convinced Ken Walker's going to start a running back. I'm not convinced he gets the most number of carries.
I would agree with that.
Not convinced.
I would agree with that.
Right. Jerks, Brock. How many pizzas is your family right now? When you order pizza for the family, how many is it? Titus is probably one by himself, I would imagine.
He's one by himself.
Yeah.
No, so we're two.
You and Molly split one.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Challenging in my family.
Titus's caloric consumption is just.
Are you concerned about him?
Oh. No, it's just he's a kiln.
Well,
he's
he's
an
never
oven.
not playing sports.
He's
He's just
a kiln
constantly
right
burning.
now. Yes. No, he is. He's got a football workout 12:30 to 1:30. He's got baseball 1:30 to 5:30. So between 12:30 and 5:30, he's probably burning like 3,000 calories.
Well, and when you're growing like
Yes.
a weed like him, you guys would have been surprised what I could put down in high school food-wise. I grew like 4 inches in 1 year.
Yep.
It was gross. And I didn't gain any weight though, so I don't know how he's doing.
Shocker.
Is that working for him?
It's awesome.
When you just keep growing height-wise, you can't.
Right.
Pack it
Right
on.
now,
That's the worst.
I think he's kind of getting into that fill size.
Oh, good.
I think we're kind of topped. I
Starting to
hope.
fill.
Yes.
It's hard for our family. The pizza. Avery's a vegan. She won't even eat the cheese. So you got to get something special for Avery. Cecily will only eat cheese. And then Heather and I have to like divvy up. So you end up ordering like 3 pizzas for a small family of 4.
Mm-hmm.
Awful.
By the way, I didn't
Shouldn't have
tell
let
you.
your kids be picky.
No kidding. We tried more. We did everything.
So
Oh,
I didn't
they're the
tell
worst.
you what Titus said. And you didn't ask me what Titus thought about the Wynn Salk family.
Oh, I guess I didn't. I should have.
No, you didn't.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. You didn't care to ask.
What did he say?
You'd love it. He loved the time. He's like,
It was
Heather
great.
so nice, and it was fun. Cecily and Avery growing up, and he was like, "That's Cecily. She's pretty blunt." I said, "Yes, she is."
By the way, Cecily's birthday coming up May 23rd. She's already angling to come in here that day and talk on the radio.
Yep.
She's like, Dad, can I come in? Can I take off school that morning? Come in?
She was amazing last
I was like,
time
yeah,
she
I
came
think
in.
we can work something out. She's like, good. So now it's like in her calendar. It's
And
done.
you know what I love too, and maybe you've already noticed this. You're her father. You probably do, but sometimes you're too close to the trees. Her facial expressions are tremendous.
Oh, yeah.
She hides zero.
No.
Not only is she fairly blunt, she hides zero
Not a poker
with
player.
what she's thinking. No,
Not a poker
no,
face.
that's a stupid comment.
Jerks, when on vacation, do you eat at local places and roll the dice on what you might get, or do you stick with chain restaurants because you know what you're going to get?
Great question.
Great question, but maybe the easiest answer.
Local.
The whole reason to go on vacation is to eat at the local restaurants.
Loco moco.
Yeah. Do not eat at chain restaurants on vacation. You can do that at home.
Yep.
You're taking away the entire point of going
And
on
then
vacation.
I think I go a step further. Like when I go to New Orleans, I'm going to order frog legs and crawfish and
Right,
stuff
like get
that
what
I
they
can't
eat.
Yeah, I can't eat.
Of course.
Anywhere else.
Drink the same way.
I mean,
Absolutely.
when you come and visit me, Salk, you're going to have Rocky Mountain oysters.
Okay. I mean, I've seen.
You ever had Rocky Mountain oysters?
No, but I've seen Funny Farm. That's an old reference. Jerks. Am I allowed to get mad at my 10-year-old kid when they order vanilla ice cream at Ben & Jerry's? This is after they had tried like 4 sample flavors, but then ordered vanilla.
Vanilla bean? French vanilla bean?
That's a pretty lame order at Ben & Jerry's.
Yeah.
Let your kid be boring.
That's pretty lame. Like, if you're going to try all the others, you probably got to go with something of interest.
Probably do. If you've been that high maintenance, like a little spoon of this, little spoon of that, little
Right.
spoon of this, little spoon of that.
You know who's a big taste everything person? My wife.
Yeah, I could see that.
It surprises me, but it's like her highest maintenance thing. She and her mom both, they try everything. Oh, can I get a sample of that? Oh, how's the wine? Can I get just a sample? Like, take a risk. Like, I don't know.
All right, the amount of people texting in that it was my fingers that grew 4 inches in 1 year.
All right, let me try to burn through a bunch more of these, Brock.
Okay.
Fried egg on a burger, yes.
Yeah.
And runny or hard cooked. It's the only time I prefer it hard. I don't want a runny egg
I don't want
on a
it
burger.
super, super runny,
No.
but it doesn't need to be hard boiled either. It could be in between.
Really good, too, on like a banh mi. Jerks, if your wife wants a dog, but you're neutral about it, what should the expectations be for taking care of the dog once you get one? Is it fair to say, hey, you wanted this, so you handle it? Or should it be shared because marriage just works that way?
How healthy is your marriage?
Yeah, I would just say you should share it because if you don't want a dog and your wife does, you're lucky she's with you. You're obviously not as good a person as her.
I think it's one of those things where once you get it, you'll
Spicy.
fall in love with it and you'll
Of
start
course.
wanting to do more.
That's a
things
Carolina
with
Reaper
that.
take right
Yeah.
there, so yeah, it's great.
Jerks, Greek or Italian food?
Italian.
It's got to be Italian, I think, just because of the variety.
Yeah.
I like Greek food, but there's, at least from what I've had, not as much variety.
I mean, I like it too. At the airport, it's kind of where I go to.
Greek?
Yeah, well, Mediterranean, yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Remember, Walsall and I would always hit up the terrible Chinese places. What's the chain one? The
Panda Express.
Panda. Yeah. If there's a Panda at the airport, I'm in. Always. It's my airport special.
But then you sleep on the plane, thankfully, because
Yeah.
you don't have to use the restroom.
Fastest.
Right?
No problems. Yeah. Jerks, my band scored its biggest gig ever in Seattle, opening up for a touring punk band. Nice. What would it take for either of you to stage dive or crowd surf? Have you ever done it before? I don't think I've ever stage dived, but I have definitely crowd surfed. And it's fun.
It'd be easier for Salk to do.
I would not do it now at this stage of my life.
He's littler, he's lighter.
High
It'd be
school,
easier for
college,
you to do it,
yes, definitely a lot of crowd surfing.
Really?
Yeah, Rage Against the Machine, 311. I can think of some others.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. It's fun. It was fun then.
Yeah, sure.
Not now.
I'd never do that.
I'd really get hurt.
I'd never do that.
All right, I guess we're done.
Great
So
question.
much.
Just great
This one says, Jerks, what's the one former coworker you'd want to work with again? Have to have left the company, so no picking Justin.
Oh.
Well, I'll say happy birthday to Justin quickly. Today is his birthday. Way to go, Barnsey.
Nice.
I mean, Howdy's always going to be on that list.
Way up.
Howdy's always going to be on that list. Belong.
Such a great hugger.
Belong?
Sure.
Calabro?
Casey.
Cross? I mean, there's a lot of great people.
Yeah. Too many to list.
There's a couple others that I might not put on the list, but those guys would definitely be on the list. All right, we got to go. Bump and Stacy are still here, so they can't make that list, but they're both great coworkers. Love working with both of them. They're going to be in next tomorrow. Daniel Jeremiah joins us at 8:30. Until then, Brock the Hay.
Barn.
See everybody.
Mariners. And
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Geno Smith signing a 2-year, $85.5 million extension with the Raiders.
Good for him, man. He took advantage of a great situation.
Would you have paid Geno that much?
Yeah, my number was around 40. Listen, you got younger, you got cheaper with Sam Darnold. The thing that you don't know is if he's going to be able to repeat that performance that he had last year.
If someone were to say Sam Darnold is going to give you Geno production at way less money, great.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Riereka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
You got a pipe with a leak, water's reaching its peak.
Dayandnight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
Dayandnight.net.
The throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Have a clogged drain, water heater issue, or plumbing repair, and wish you could get a second opinion? Maybe it's sticker shock, or you'd like to know your options. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Day and Night will provide you with a fair and honest quote, explain all your options, and help you with the right solution. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
Dayandnight.net.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Hey friends, Stacey Rost here. Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would also be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. And what dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Yes, that is correct. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn still. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given over $750,000 back to customers who have sold them their cars. And finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for over 103 years? You guessed it. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Congratulations to the Florida Gators, winners of the men's NCAA basketball tourney after defeating Houston 65-63. The Gators overcame a 12-point deficit late, led the game for a total of 64 seconds. On the controversial final play, a shot that never got off from Houston's Emmanuel Sharp, Houston head coach Kelvin Sampson said Walter Clayton Jr. made a great play, but that's why you've got to shot fake and get to the paint. Two's fine.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. A tough night for Houston.